Hello and welcome to RPG Limit Break. We have a great random encounter for you today. We're looking at Chrono Trigger DS, and we're going to be seeing an all quests 100% and all bosses run. This is being run by TheWayfaringFox, but before I throw you right over to the run, I need to come in and talk to you real quick. I'm actually recording this after the fact, and the reason for that is a couple. First off, we started by doing a bunch of announcements during the stream, and those don't need to be in the YouTube VOD, but the bigger one is that I do want to issue a bit of a warning, a bit of a, hey, we're sorry about this, but please bear with it. For the first about 30 minutes of this run, unfortunately, the gameplay does come through a little bit choppy. We are able to clear it up, and starting at like 35, 40-ish minutes into the run, everything is smooth again. But I did want to warn you about that and ask that you please bear with us for the first half hour or so, because this is an absolutely fantastic run. So without much further ado, let's throw it over to the Wayfaring Fox. Thank you, Bob. Fox, welcome in. We're so glad to have you here.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. I'm just gonna quickly just do just a quick soft reset of the game, and then we'll get ready to the countdown. Because this is like the one version where you actually start time when you select the option to start the game from the title screen. So I'm just keeping that in mind here. All right. So I'll give a count of 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh.
All right.
So I did quite a bit there. So this is one of the versions. This version came after the PlayStation version, and the movies it has like the in-game FMVs like the PS1 version and every other version after, but you just have the option to turn them off from the get-go, and so I want to make sure I did that, and I want to make sure that it was wait mode and that the screens was the DS screen option that they added for this game, where the in-game battle tech menus will be on the bottom on the touch screen. So it ends up being quite a bit faster to do that. So here I have a quick menu to go through. So I'm going to make battle speed 1, set the command speed to 1, and then switch icons, like to switch the memory cursor to full. Switching memory cursor to full. If anybody here is familiar with the SNES version of the game, it does exactly what you think it does, where like all text and everything will be set. Like you can just select text directly, and using the X button will you make an attack show up. So importantly, you could definitely see that the text is going by very quickly, and the text is instantaneous, and you have 2 things that can update the text. I've got a shop here. I went to the wrong shop. Oops. Okay. So I want to buy 10 of these and 3 of these. Okay. But the text goes very fast, and just you can mash it out, and I'm using button combination of both the A button and the touch screen. You can mash the touch screen to advanced text. So I'm doing mashing the touch screen with my left hand, and the A button with my right hand. So it makes the text go by very quickly.
Very nice. Well, we got a quick moment here. I do want to thank a raid that came in right at the top of the show from Vintagix. But also I want to remind everybody that all your subscriptions and bits on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, channel memberships, super thanks, and things of that nature, all of those go towards the marathon itself and funding the week-long event that will be happening in May. And so we want to pre-thank anybody who has subscribed and encourage those who are available if they wish to join that as well. We have some really cool emotes in chat that are fun to get a hold of. And there we go. We just got Jarek Handra who just subbed. So thank you so much. And as I say, that goes directly towards the event and making sure that we can put on our week-long marathon coming up in May.
I believe there was a question about the method of capturing this in chat. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, somebody was saying that, that might be easier if it's emulated. So the response was just more so, if I remember correctly, we're on modded DS with capture card from our conversations.
That's pretty much it. I'm currently playing with a modded 3DS to capture.
Oh, 3DS, yeah. Is it a standard 3DS or? I don't even know if they ever made one for 3DS XL. Okay.
I also have one for the new 3DS.
Okay.
But
I was thinking like having that. Yeah, I was just thinking that like the XL or whatever model would be nice in the short term for like viewability, but I would imagine it would make your wrists tired by the end of an 8-hour run. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay, so that fight right there, I believe it's not possible to skip on this specific version, and it's possible to skip on the other versions of the game.
Yeah, that's the only struggle with remakes. I find a lot of times the devs see the fun things we do, and they go, "Nope, you're not allowed to do that anymore."
I'm gonna grab that strength capsule right there.
No, my tabs are gone. They've been replaced by capsules. Oh, What a sad state of affairs.
This version is the version where there was a new translation put in. Like most of the naming conventions are the same for like all the characters and everything. Like a lot of the enemies have different names, and and then there's like the capsules and everything, and like the weapons and stuff. But functionally, it's the same game.
Yeah, I do always like to see the retranslations, even if they are a bit weird. The ones that struggle is like one I've been running recently is Breath of Fire 2, and that translation is notorious for being just terrible. And they just carried it forward to the Game Boy Advance version. They didn't do anything. It was like, yeah, you can just... Here you go. It was so good you could have it twice.
Yeah,
I'm like, please!
We literally talked about this, like, last week, but, like, I was literally casually playing that game. Like, literally within, like, the past week or so. And I'm like, gosh, I like, that game's got a really bad localization. I was actually shocked.
Even when I'm speedrunning, the text doesn't progress fast enough for me to completely ignore it. So sometimes I'm just looking at it casually during a short break, and I'm just like, bro, what were they doing? Was there a gas leak in the building and they just forgot the monoxide detectors? What is happening here? freaking in Trubo or Sten's stories segment, Trubo just calls him a fat cow, and you're like, wait, what? Why? Like, what is even happening?
I actually forgot about that.
It's like the only text that's colored. It's in red too. They're like preparing to have this death match because Trubo thinks that like Sten has betrayed him as a friend, and then it's like blah 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 blah. Yeah. We're gonna have a death match. Get ready, you fat cow! And it's in red, and you're like, what? Why? Wait a minute, hold on. At least I think that's why Chrono Trigger is such a beloved game. Is like the translation was solid from the start. Good gameplay, like was the full package, and has been for years. Heck, even decades at this point. Oh, my bones. I can feel the age in my bones saying that this game's been out for decades.
You gotta not say things like that, Sid. Then you don't have to think about it.
I know. You let it slip out and you're like, oh, well, why'd I do that? I'm carbon dating myself right now.
Now, I do have a question for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Here I'm doing a couple extra fights to learn to... Oh,
text.
I did this. Yeah, to get some text. I normally try to get in the menu quickly so I don't have to worry about it, but Blueberry got a crit, so I didn't lose that much time.
Blunder shot or wonder shot? But okay.
We'll talk about Wonder Shot later. I'm gonna. It's gonna be a little bit of a disappointment for the Wonder Shot fans, but it's not going to be used much in this run. I'll just save.
So I did have a question about the category. Like, I think I understand what 100% is, but why is all quests 100% and then all bosses is tagged on at the end of that? Why are they separate in the category?
Because so all quests refers to like the traditional SNES goal of. Just being a little unlucky with this. Of getting all the quests that are done from the end of time and being the Black Omen. And
yeah. I can cut in here a bit if it'll be easier that way.
Go ahead.
So the category actually refers to like the SNES version, because the DS added some bonus dungeons. Some of them are kind of notorious for, like, in hindsight, a lot of us thinking that it's bad. So the extra distinctions is to include those bonus dungeons. One of them in particular, you have to go part of the way in, do a thing, leave, then go past that point, go a little bit further in, do a thing, and then leave. And you have to continue to do that to clear it, and it's like 5 or 6 revisits. So in terms of a speedrun, that's obviously awful, having to retread the same ground. In terms of a casual playthrough, if you do it bit by bit, it's not too terrible, but if you save the bonus content for the end, which I think is the way that it's set up, it's not so fun. So yeah, the distinction is just to add in those bonus dungeons that otherwise any sane person would avoid. But I, being a person of high mental fortitude and low impulse control, requested we do those dungeons.
Oh gosh, I ran into that.
I know myself. Sneak by him. Yeah. Some of the fight like skips are not as easy. The one weird thing about this game too is like running isn't like a command in the menu. So there are some people out there like me that like straight up didn't realize you could run from fights because you have to hold L and R. It's a cool mechanic once you know it's there, because then you can just hold it immediately. But if you don't know that, you're in for every single fight.
So we got a question from chat. Um,
Yep.
so can you read the question out? Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I need to actually do
The
this.
bit choppy. Yeah. I think it's the way that DS gets captured a bit, where it kind of has a little bit of staggering like that. Is that normal, Fox?
I think it's just it might be lagging a little bit.
Oh, okay. It's capture software lagging. All right. There's not much to do about that then. The low FPS special. Good job, programs. Oh, I see what you. Yeah. So we're gonna see the arena content from the DS. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. We're not going to see it.
Yeah, because there's no actual end goal with that, right?
Yeah, there's no end goal with it. It's a really nice thing to do. Like, I have a love-hate relationship with it. Particularly you get really good stuff, and then there's like the special accessories that are like really bad to get. And those I got them like last year, like doing a casual playthrough before I started on the game. And yeah, don't go for those. They're man.
Yeah, I remember doing the arena stuff casually too, with like the catching the monster and leveling them up and stuff. It definitely doesn't have an end goal, and it isn't like a bad thing to do, but it's definitely not the most interesting thing. And without an end goal, it's kind of hard to clarify how to speedrun it unless you're looking for a specific item.
Okay. Actually, wait. I didn't grab the sword from that. I made a mistake because it's lagging.
Yeah, you're
I'm gonna
focused on the software. Yeah.
Gonna have to run for both of these, and then I'll just come back.
I mean, the only thing I can think we do is close the capture software, reopen it.
I don't think it's the capture software. I think it's OBS.
Yeah, that does sound like something OBS has done to us in the past too.
Oh, I did grab it. Oh my gosh.
It's fair, man. I've done that before too. Like, did I not grab this? Then I go back and the chest's empty, and I'm like, wait, what? Then I find it in my inventory. I'm like, how? First of all, how did I miss this? Second of all, why is it there? just get some extra EXP. Don't worry about it. All intended.
This won't like screw things up royally. It's just a big time waste.
Yeah. It's just a little bit extra TP. Don't worry about it.
Okay. gonna probably close like some things and see if that actually fixes it.
Fair. Yeah, worst case, we can always like close OBS and reopen it because you'll still be connected through voice chat, so we'll know you're still there, and we'll just send it back. As long as we don't change any settings, it shouldn't be that difficult.
Okay, so
Cross/slash.
So this fight, just need 6 extracts. Because I got that extra level, I should just need 6, and I don't have to like do an extra attack with Luca. It's gonna heal.
Gotta appreciate how Yarka not only has like a counterattack gimmick, but depending on his location, it just won't function properly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that chest is a very important mid ether I need to pick up. And the real reason I need to pick it up is because I need to sell. No, just okay. So try closing a few things. If that doesn't help, I'll probably try restarting OBS. Probably just have to like take a moment to restart it.
Yeah, no problem. Nothing like starting off on the wrong foot to make you a bit nervous. And don't worry, if I didn't tell you during our pre-show meeting, this show is got the most cursed luck possible. And if this is the cursed luck, I think you might be doing all right.
Yeah, that's definitely some cursed luck. It's just
we usually see some very, very rude patterns that are like, that's not even in your script. How are you doing that?
It looks like it's gotten a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit.
So yeah, now we're just heading back and taking save Marley, and we're taking her back to the castle now, and definitely not gonna go wrong. Okay, so this is a little funny quirk. On this version, you just mash fast enough, the Chancellor faces the wrong direction during this cutscene, so...
Nice.
Showing that I at least mashed decently enough. So, yeah, we're getting put on trial, and the fastest option in this version is not to get guilty; it's to get not guilty. So I went and talked to Marty before grabbing the pendant, and so if I just select the correct options now, I should be I should get at least 6 out of 7, but the last juror is bugged with the cat quest and everything. That juror bug still exists, and I think it exists in every version of the game. And so we're gonna see this. We get the. Oh, we didn't get all 7, so that's gonna be 6 out of 7.
Ugh. Brog, I'm warning you, Brog. Look, you Zoomers. You and your number shenanigans. Good grief.
It's the activation phrase.
I know, right? The sleeper soldier has awoken. Didn't even.
The reason why you won't not guilty is just because they walk to the right of you when walking up to the podium, and so it's faster for them to walk to the right. And when, especially with the tactics being so fast. Whereas in like the SNES version, you actually are hoping you get the guilty verdict just due to the text going a lot slower. I still always find it silly that we just don't get disarmed here. It's like,
Yeah. Such an RPG conveyance thing. Throw the criminal in the cell with his katana. No worries, no problems.
a little bit of a
Nice.
of a
2 for 2.
that fight's like you cannot run from any fights in here, so you want to
Skipping them.
make sure you get that skip.
Yeah, we were watching one of the We did a pre-recording of the Dalton Imperial rando the other day, and they did the exact same skip because of the randomized enemies. It was actually possible, but good to see the skips are still intact.
Yeah, I played like a little bit of the Dalton Imperial rando on stream.
Yeah, I think I'll get into it at some point. Seems like a good rando to get into, especially since it already has a tracker. But there was a few times
One of the
during
things
that where I'm
about
like,
that,
go ahead.
yeah, an important thing about that rando is that they set the dev for that pseudo arc ordered a lot of the equipment that we're going to see later in this run to that randomizer.
Yeah, we even got to see a special boss. Got a quick little showcase of him. But yeah, that was part of the topic too. I was like,
actually helped him with it, and so I'm gonna grab this from Marathon Safety. This is 5 mid potions on the guy Luca just knocks out there.
Actually, 5 of them.
Oh, I gotta reset. I actually forgot to lower the battle speed.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, because he'll run you over if you leave it that high.
Yeah.
I guess I have been taking for granted I haven't had games where like battle speed manipulation is beneficial in any way.
Yeah, it definitely is for a lot of the game. I just like spaced it out right there.
Well, the save was paid out then, as intended.
With this fight, you want 4 attacks from Chrono and 3 from Luca on the head. Before you try to use Cyclone. Because Chrono crit there, I don't need to. I didn't need Luca to attack again. And I wanted to heal because Chrono got targeted a little bit too much, and he's gonna trigger a counter on this next Cyclone. There's the fight.
If you ever wondered how Chrono styled his hair, there's the answer. He just stabs things with electricity in them, and it just kind of happens.
Yeah. the anime hairstyle is just a result of that one time you stuck your finger in an electric socket as a kid that just stuck that way for the rest of your life. Don't do that at home. It was a joke. You will not. There's a chance you will not survive such an incident. It is not safe to do.
I think I have another idea to help with the lag. Mhm.
Yeah, feel free to if you need to pause and do that or whatever. We can. We got 8 hours here. I expected a few pauses in between here and there.
Okay.
So just let us know when you are ready to do that. We can either go to a break screen if that'll make you feel better, or we can just stay up, whichever you want.
What's the best way to get out of problems? Run away to a different time.
Yeah. Interdimensional time-space transportation. What a novel concept to solve all your issues. Just find my way to the future.
Definitely perfectly safe to just run into a random portal.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the most technical areas for fight skips, so just gonna do them. It's just running into those these rats. They'll steal a potion from you.
Potion. Keeping the text box up to prevent them from starting a fight.
Mm-hmm. And that first room's very tricky to learn, I'd say.
I'd imagine, yeah. Especially with like the innate mash through text that you're like you just kind of get into. So you also have to master not doing that.
Yeah, you have to make sure you don't do that there.
Will say the menu is very snappy. Games tend to like it can be a pretty wide range, especially with RPGs, whether the menu is like really laggy or super snappy. It looks like this is a pretty good one.
Yeah, the menus are completely redone in like every version. Like it was set for like the PlayStation version, I think. So this is a lot of just reacting to enemy movement. I wanted to wait there, so I didn't get an amplifier on any of my party, because I felt it was going to happen if I wasn't careful. Yeah. Gotta make sure you don't attack the main guy when those enemies are up.
I mean, You're probably the first person to have to explain this in several years at this point.
Oh.
Most every other version can skip this little dude. Cursed childhood memories. I'm just like, this seems normal, and then everybody in the speedrun chat's like, why is this guy here? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you can skip this boss on the SNES version. I think this version just like straight up like patched all the like the fade out related glitches.
Yeah. No fun allowed version. It's probably longer than you remember, just like because we're gassing through with minimal levels, so it definitely ends up taking a couple more cycles than you should casually. I mean, if the double level up on everybody isn't a good indication,
yeah,
I don't know what is.
You get a double level here on everyone. Even with like the mistakes I made early, I'm still very under leveled at this point.
It is always interesting watching the SNES run compensate for being critically underleveled. I think the last time I watched a Chrono Trigger run, like start to finish, was they grind in Dino Fort, I think. I'm not sure if that's still part of the route anymore, though.
I should have just reset the room. I like got stuck on the wall. So like the classic Tyranno grind, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just to further date myself. We'll find out when we get there, obviously, but that's like the last time I really saw a run. This is always so annoying. Go ahead.
Of this version of like Chrono Trigger was with that grind. And I just stopped doing it for mostly just consistency reasons with the final boss over the grind itself.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is always the rub with RPGs. You can kind of tell what kind of era they were routed in, or what era the route was in, rather. Some of the like older RPGs that like have a long history of multiple different routes usually have like that era of grind, and then somehow they find to skip things, and then they grind a little bit more to compensate, and then you find the reverse is true. They figure out how to get through bosses without grinding at all, and it's just like this all gas, no brakes. You may have to reset on the final boss. Sorry, buddy.
So this run does have like a few, like 3 spots where I do like additional grinding, and it's the big reason really is because of the all bosses goal.
Yeah.
So this right now is like very standard play up to this. Like standard glitchless play up to this point. The all bosses goal means you, like the way it's defined is that this game has a bestiary and every boss must be
logged,
registered to that, logged on that bestiary. And so
Gotcha.
That does not mean you have to beat every boss. Matter of fact, every boss that's on there can't be beaten. Can't actually be beaten, like just by depleting their HP.
Gotcha.
So it's just best to log them anyway. There is a task of this version that did do that all bosses goal.
Mm-hmm.
It also like recently got like accepted to task videos despite it being submitted like such a long time ago.
Yeah, I have noticed task videos kind of has like a really weird standard where it can be inconsistent. But
Well,
it's
I
more
would.
that they like changed their standards. I think they changed them for the better.
yeah, I think recently that's what I've been led to understand.
How do you know offhand how long the task is? Because if it's a similar runtime to this, I can imagine it takes some time to validate.
Like quite a bit shorter. It's like an hour shorter. The big reason is like RNG manipulation stuff, and then I think there's also potentially like loading inaccuracy with the emulator that it was ran on.
Yeah, that's always a
So like
struggle
it,
too.
so like it can just load things faster.
Yeah, that was a
I would have
concern.
had to like really test. But
It depends on the community, but that was a concern for a long time with Mega Man X, specifically on the SNES. Because like some of the games had some very laggy parts, and the emulator didn't really emulate as well. It's a good thing that a lot of the modern emulators like do their best to be accurate rather than, do the faster loads and stuff like that. It's good that a lot of things actually have different versions to like make them have better quality of life than other ones where it's like, yeah, this is just accurate, and then this is like Final Fantasy IV without any loads. Okay, I'll save 30 minutes each time I play Free Enterprise. Sounds good to me.
so I did a safe strategy there to make sure I win. Top runners of like the SNES glitch categories actually go for bonking him, and I haven't learned that yet. It might be a bit before I try it. But it would save like a few seconds or so, I think, if I'm correct. One other change I'll just talk about because it was relevant for skipping that fight, just walking past that fight, is that in this version of the game, there's actually, in the options, I didn't actually show it, but there's a toggle for whether or not you want to run by default or walk by default. And so I don't think that's in the other versions of the game, because like I've actually seen like having the starting run be an issue on like, because like I played and messed with both like Jets of Time randomizer and Random Adult Imperial, and then that fight skip is really awkward on Jets because it doesn't behave like vanilla. So that's like a small thing that I learned about relatively recently, I'd say. So, reason why you take Luca at this point in the run, it's probably like not entirely clear, but whoever's like left behind just has like issues with like experience. Just gets less experience when they get to the level 8 here, and it ends up being significant enough that neither, like, whoever the other character is will not have hit level 15, like, if you're like using either character by the, oh gosh, I could have just not held the menu because that was a one shot. But by the Magus fight later in the run, it's actually that significant. So, the reason why I mentioned stuff like that is like this route's gonna follow like the standard SNES 100% up to a point, and then it becomes its own thing later on. This is definitely one of the fights of all time.
That's always a bad sign when you're. This is just the fight of all time, and you're like, all right, as a speedrunner, I completely understand how you feel. Yeah, I mean, just talking about like just the time and the randomizer, it would be cool. I've always been a fan of like having a randomizer with added content. So like the Final Fantasy 1 rando has a very extensive like stats and abilities you can roll on weapons, but you can just turn that off. And I feel like if that could somehow be implemented on the SNES version, implementing the like bonus weapons and bonus content somehow would be super cool for like the randomizers, which they don't have it in Jets, but they do have a lot of this stuff added to the Dalton Imperial, which is a different randomizer for this game. We just did a video for it the other day that we'll be showcasing at the very latest after the event's over. So you guys can check that out then. But those kind of things being added to randomizers, I feel like gives them a lot more. And then there's like Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise, where like wins Golbez, and the mods or the authors hate us. Stop asking, it isn't happening.
So that fight actually went pretty well. I think that was 3 rounds. Like either 3 or 4. It was like, so it's not that bad if you get like 3 or 4 rounds of attacks to kill them. To kill all the enemies in that fight.
Gotcha.
So I've done like 1 all endings run of this version of the game, and in that run I got all greens, and so I'm like, I'm not gonna have a good time if I try to run against that. Like, even though the rest of the run wasn't the best thing, like that was the only time I've ever had all greens show up in a run. It's like, oh gosh, it's
yeah,
very rough to run against that, because all greens is the fastest option.
The thing I ended up learning, like if you want to continue on a category and you feel like your splits are unbeatable, you just don't use them. You either switch them to none or just don't put the splits on. And then you can gaslight yourself into believing it's a bad or a good run, and then you can figure it out once the run's done. Or, I mean, a good runner will kind of know what their end goal is, and it'll be a bit more apparent towards the end, but it does help you get through runs. But, it can be frustrating when you have, like, a really good, okay, cool, I got God Luck. Now I have to play good for 30 minutes instead of just getting really lucky. Fun.
I think even 4 is fine is really good if you get very good luck with it. With the, like, actual rolls on the enemies.
Got ya. I think whatever you did, I think finally got the gameplay pretty good. Losing frame every now and again, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was earlier.
Yeah, it was like I ended up closing out of Discord because we're not using Discord for the for everything.
Yeah, I mean that's just there as a last line of defense in case something. Honestly, I should probably just close it too, so I don't get distracted. But ADHD, you know me, baby.
I have ADHD as well.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that's one of the things I appreciate about the event and running these shows in general too. Meet a lot of people that share the same things. Everybody, I wouldn't say requires, but can develop or need different coping skills to help compensate for those struggles.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the silliest things is like sharing speed strats on how to not ADHD. Well, see, what you do, you just close Discord, and ADHD isn't a problem anymore. Bang, zoom, right to the moon. You know, it's always such a weird one. It's like, that's actually a good idea. I never thought of that.
Robo got in the way of the healing point. That's just bad movement on my end.
Specchio's looking a bit goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ADHD honestly is probably my biggest struggle getting into RPGs because I bounce off sometimes unless it hooks me right at the beginning.
I had that same problem.
There's a lot of like, generally thought as like god tier RPGs. I've just kind of like, there's like Expedition 33. I did like the opening sequence and I'm like, this is kind of cool, and then just never booted it back up. I recognize it's a good game, but what can I say? I would rather just play Final Fantasy VII Remake for the 50th time, get another speed run in, and curse 4 hours in because I'm not good enough to BB. Ugh. I love the sheer efficiency of going for capsules. Borderline, you're like on the other side of the room by the time the message is actually popped up.
I love the idea of it in story. It's like, these people randomly came into our house, rifled through this drawer, grabbed this one specific item that they were obviously looking for, went upstairs, grabbed another one, and then just left. I don't know who they are. Don't know how they knew that I had this thing here.
And they broke my door on the way in.
Yeah. a speed run from the eyes of the characters in the game is a very, very interesting story to contemplate.
Yeah, if you look at things through like the aspects of like a NPC, it definitely like the things that you do in RPGs. You are the villain in a lot of people's story. It's the easiest way to put it. You are just someone like, that dude stole my lunch money. It was like 10 gil. Why? Sorry, dude. I needed the extra 5 to buy a helmet. Not my problem. At the risk of getting super off. Go ahead.
I'm gonna like for the rest of this. There's just a bunch of fight skips, but I set aura. Normally on the stats version, you actually set ice, so you can do the upcoming text, but it doesn't actually, like optimally speaking, doesn't save time to do that because there's a bit of tech with the DS menu with the DS tech menus where you can just scroll between the types of text, so you can scroll up to from single text to double and to triple text with right and left. So
instead of having to scroll down the menu, you could just go to the immediately open dual and triples. Dope.
Yep.
I don't think I even thought to do that casually.
I don't think it's in the other, like any other version of the game.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm not a very observant person unless the tutorial tips go, "Hey, doofus, you should probably try this out." And I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." I am the reason tutorials exist. I hate them, but I am the cause. That's pretty cool, being able to just jump over.
So right there, I just did that.
Oh, I see. So yeah. So you're on Aura. It brings you to Aura Whirl, and then it makes Antipode just like a single click. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I guess the DS touchscreen makes menuing a lot faster, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it also prevents the game from lagging.
Yeah. I mean, like in the. Go ahead.
I'm curious if the map also, how much having the map there the whole time changes how you play the game. Obviously, when you're speedrunning it at this point, I don't know if it changes much at all, but...
Yeah. I think casually I remember using it a bit. Yeah, it's just a matter of, like, that you don't have to go through... Scroll through the menus in general, that you can just kind of pull up what you want immediately. Ooh.
I'm supposed... I made another, like, menu thing where I have it on... I had it on battle speed 3 for the previous fight, but I want it on...
Move it back to max here.
Back to battle speed... I want to battle speed 2 just to be a little bit faster.
Oh, so you don't even just do extremes, you bounce between all of the settings, depending on what fight you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
It can be a bit hard to tell when you just get in the menu, rifle through things, and then change it to whatever. Like, he's in the menu, they've done a thing, I don't know what I just saw, but they changed something.
The lower battle speed makes the strat that I just did a lot easier.
Yeah.
I needed to hit Antipode at a very specific time to push him under half health, and
timing was messed up.
Oh my
gosh,
gosh, I
speed.
barely missed it. I should have been able to get this out before the counter started.
I see.
I'll just have to revive her. That's not a big issue.
It's fine. We'll just get God luck later. that's how that always works, right? We'll simply just do good later.
The real reason is so I don't have to heal nearly as much.
Yeah.
And I can also defeat him here, and this defeats him before he attacks again.
This is a just an inconvenience, not a matter of needing to like buy more items and being lower on money or something like that.
Faster, and safer.
Okay.
If I can hit the timing correctly for the fourth antipode, yeah.
Gotcha.
It just makes it faster and safer. It's really nice.
Yeah. Now having like done some more traditional RPG runs, I know what faster and safer means in like a more very specific sense. So honestly, the words really don't do justice to it, because when it's not faster and safer sometimes, it is the most awful luck-dependent thing you've ever seen. Or it could have been just like, I lost 50 extra HP. Shrug. There's such a gulf in that statement. Oh yes, we've already been convicted of crime, so we'll just steal lunches now.
Yep.
Look, if you know that you've already been taken to trial for the crime, they can't try you again. That's double jeopardy.
King, there was a man seen with the princess in the square stealing food. What do you want to do?
We've already tried him once, and he just broke out of jail. We can't try him again.
I mean, he broke out last time. He'll break out again. What's the point?
That's definitely how that works. Yeah.
I'm actually doing like a small optimization here where I'm having Chrono start the fight at the bottom of the
screen, so he doesn't have to move.
The square of grass, because he doesn't have to move and he's closest to the exit as possible.
Farming out silver for something later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, for the doppelganger. For
the doppelganger.
Whatever you want to call it. And this is like some sort of disassociation or like out-of-body experience, just like watching this game again. Because you almost always only see the SNES version. And I was a kid that played a lot on like GBA and DS and stuff. So majority of the time that I got to spend with a lot of my games was handheld only. So like this hits the nostalgia bone in a very specific way, despite owning the SNES version.
That's very reasonable. This is I've had this copy since like I actually bought it in store for this game.
Yeah,
so
I had my original like one too, and I just like I had the case, but I couldn't find the cart, and I was so sad when I realized that. I was like, what? Out of all the things, why? This better have been stolen, because if I got rid of it, I'm mad at myself right now. Fortunately, I have a lot of like my old SNES carts. Friggin' remember me childhood.
Even with the very fast text, for that little sequence there, we're talking to the chef. You still want to do the cutting out the text immediately back and forth. It's just faster to do it.
I was gonna say these
that's
text
been done
boxes
in
are
the-
like nearly instantaneous. Does it actually
even
like
with it
draw
being
individual?
really instant, yeah.
Does it draw every individual word, and it's just because you're mashing so fast, or is it like one advancement?
Because it cuts the text box out faster.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't have to show every word. It lets you cancel the text box before. Okay.
Yeah, it just lets you
Gotcha.
cancel the text box. Yeah, like it's just better than trying to mash through.
I mean, yeah. You can just close the text box and not bother with the language. I mean, you better believe I'd be doing that. Playing on like a handheld hasn't caused any like wrist complications for you, has it?
I've been doing it a little bit sparingly, not too grindy.
Fair. Yeah, it's something you gotta like stay on top of. If nothing else, stretches. I've heard of a lot of people that have blast through their like wrists, like playing racing games or handhelds.
Heck, just having an office job and using a keyboard for 8 hours a day is enough to make some problems happen if you're not careful about it. This is your daily reminder to stand up and stretch.
Oh, we're gonna have plenty of those. We have about 8 more. Oh wait, 7. Excuse me. Did want to misrepresent our estimate. Ugh. I do really appreciate you running this for us, Fox, though, because I know a lot of people have some fond memories of this version, and we just did not have any runs of this category on the channel. And I was like, we need to fix that. Because there's like so many runs of Chrono Trigger that people have watched on our channel multiple times, and I'm like, all right, we gotta fill the last hole. We gotta give them something.
And just double checking if it was Bell Speed 1 or not. Okay.
So with Berserk, it gives like a strength bonus and like automatically inputs the attack, so it's slightly quicker. Are there?
Yeah, it comes out it like the enemy's attack, and so it will take priority over your attacks, and it has the damage bonus.
Being berserked.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so it attacks get boosted by 1.5 times.
Oh, 50%. Nice. Okay. Because like some games, Berserk is like strictly a downgrade because you can't control a character, and some games it like offers a massive benefit to losing control.
Not what I want you to do, Robo.
Yeah, that's the downside of the Berserk. He just is mad at this guy for not wearing pants. Just put your pants on!
Finding pants that would fit over those thigh bones would be
Yeah,
a trick.
very true.
Like, they've got a weird spikiness to them. That can't be healthy.
That is,
Or
yeah.
I guess it wouldn't be healthy in a human skeleton. I don't know what this skeleton is of, so maybe I'm wrong.
That's one thick demon.
Yeah.
Okay. I was prepared for nonsense and I healed Chrono just in time with Luca. So, the rest of the fight's gonna be fine.
I'm assuming you want Robo to kill the top so that he's the one that loses his MP, nobody else. Does that
Either
not matter?
Chrono or Robo.
Okay.
Just save after
I
that.
think I asked this during the rando, but I guess it's still worth it here. When you level up, does your HP or MP, your current HP or MP, get refilled? Or does it just increase maxes?
It just increases maxes. You don't get fully healed after a level.
Okay. It can vary depending on the game, so it's like I said, Breath of Fire 2, like, refills your HP compared to the amount you got added to your maximum, but not your AP, so the rules are very inconsistent between old RPGs like this, one that wasn't super well formed of like what the basis rules are. Nowadays, dying to a boss gives you a full heal. It's always a fun one. I died. Wait, I got a full heal? Cool, I guess.
I mean, usually the save that I have before the boss, I'm at full health, so...
Well,
like most bosses, I get a full heal if I die.
I mean, I'm more
That's
so
taking
taking
how that works, right?
Yeah, I'm taking pot shots at 16, honestly. Because you die to a boss, you start halfway through, and with all your stuff back. It's like, oh, potions? You use those? Here, let me give you those back. I wouldn't want you to have a hard time. And I've earned that right, by the way. I speedrun that game. That is always the irony with, like, speedrunning. You know, noticing the good parts of a game, but also being able to, like, go, okay, yeah, but this is objectively bad. I mean, I'm not going to defend it. There's no perfect game. They just don't exist. There's just very good games.
Or at least objectively silly.
Yeah. It depends on, like, what you're looking for. Silver stud! Silver stud! Ah, yes. The one item I always have to look up, because I forget you can, like, jump down at the far left side. So is,
yeah, those two items are mandatory right now, but it's mandatory for, like, the final 20% of the run.
yeah.
The silver earring is, at least. And the silver stud saves time on...
I would have thought the stud would be the more important one, cutting your AP use in half, but what is it, 25% or 50% HP?
This one's 25%. It's for reasons I'll explain when we get to it.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not.
It's to buff damage later.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Now, I'm like second guessing myself. I was like, do I even know about half of these capsules? I feel like some of these I just didn't know exist. Oh, nice skip. GG.
That's the safe way of doing a skip. I think there's a faster way of doing it. It's just failing that skip means you get into a fight that you can't run away from. So really don't want that to happen.
Somehow I forgot that these two imps started as two children.
Yeah.
So it's two children, and then into two imps, and then into one big imp.
Yeah, because I think in the rando they just start in this form, so that's why you got cheesed out here. The game cheated you because they skipped the form.
Yeah. And we're gonna probably keep referencing the rando because the Sid and I, that was literally our yesterday was doing that. But y'all won't get to see it until hopefully after the event. If you shoot during the event, something's gone wrong. But hopefully after the event.
I was aiming to say this on both of those recordings. So it's like I'm really happy that past me has future me's back. I just got to get the
first. I actually under damaged on the way I space out my attacks there.
All right, I'm gonna do the thing that chat wants. Would you say that's never happened before? we know chat loves
yes.
those opportunities.
This fight I actually need to count, so all
right, I'll shut up.
Be a little bit.
Gotcha.
It's to make sure I'm doing like the not over damaging if I don't need to. Okay. Yeah, I was just counting in my head just to make absolutely sure, but the crits were also very helpful with the way that went.
I mean, to be honest, Brett, I'm awful about counting. I've had to start doing it because of our traditional RPGs I speedrun now, and I've just been like, nope, get the calculator out. And as soon as the calculator deletes the thing, I'm just in the dark. I'm like, all right, fine, we're doing this raw. We're doing it live.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit distracted, but it's the strat I was doing was a combination of roughly 9 attacks from Chrono, where like the slash, like wind slash move was like half damage, and then 10 fire punches. So, that's essentially what was going on there.
If you ever have to like just focus, please feel free to tell me to shut my trap, because it's my only functional mode is yap, and you have to tell me when to not for better or worse.
Yeah, that's fair.
I tell my coworkers all the same thing. Everybody at the event has heard this at least once. Like, look, bro, just tell me when to shut up and you can talk. That's all you gotta do. It's not hard.
So I compared to like the standard routes that one may have seen, I did my shopping, like my shopping for items like differently from normal routes, because that shop right there has a strength capsule and I wanted it. So the reason is not immediately obvious. The next character I'm picking up it makes the several of the upcoming boss fights safer. If I give Ayla, who's our next character we're about to meet, if I give her 2 strength capsules, it makes several of the upcoming bosses a lot safer.
I mean, that girl hits like a truck, so anybody that puts strength capsules into Ayla's got my attention. I'll hard agree on that one.
I also didn't mention I picked up the a golden helm on the bridge from talking to the general.
Turning in the jerky, I think.
Yeah, after turning in the jerky, and that is to get more. Is actually so I can use this upcoming. Like, I'm gonna pick up another piece of armor that's like pretty much on the way. In one of the upcoming dungeons, and that piece of armor actually goes on Luca instead. Because normally it goes on Chrono, but putting it on Luca actually makes her just allows her to survive a lot of fights and take less damage. It's
Gotcha.
Definitely nice, at least in this version of the game, that that the dialogue with the guy is like getting the items like 5 seconds. So
yeah, because you don't have to sit through the dialogue; you can just cancel it. Yep. That's great. Give me the helmet. Okay, good. Thank you. Bye.
So it's an important question. Can Ayla one-shot 4 enemies in a row once she joins your team, or is that just something special in this cutscene?
Yes.
I would say she doesn't one-shot them. I'd say she just... I think that they're... In this cutscene, like, they, like, semi-break the 4th wall with the 8 reptiles showing up, because the maximum enemy formation that you can fight is 6. And so she just gets them out of the way and then probably fights them off screen while we're fighting that. That's what, like, my guess.
Still, able to single-handedly take on 4 enemies at once is no slouch.
You can do that fight skip that I did a lot quicker. I'm just not good at doing it. I probably would need to practice it a lot to do it faster. Because with getting the item, it's really tight to get past those enemies.
She does have a few moves where she can actually hit like all the party or all the enemies, but Ayla's like really good as a team attack character, especially with Chrono. So you have a lot of like line attacks that can hit a lot of enemies.
the other nice thing about having this team right now was that this is the optimal party formation for this cutscene. Just because Bravo's like, it looks to whether or not you have Marley in your party, and then you'll have to dance with Marley, and then if she's not in the party, it's whoever's in the second party slot, whether or not it advances the story. So, and I think like it actually just moves her into the second party slot. It moves Marley in the second party slot. Like, if she's in the party at all.
Hmm.
That's I actually forgot to mention because I think the fights on the bridge are the last time I'm like actively gonna use Marley for combat in this run. So like, I apologize to anybody who is a fan of her, and he's like casually I use it all the time and everything. It's just in this run she's just not gonna be used much at all.
Hey, man. Yeah, just like you can have an opinion, but you can like be wrong, man. No worries, no worries. I mean, that's the nice thing about I find, particularly with the RPG genre and a lot with our attendees and the general community, that like these kind of things are like discussions and conversations, not arguments. Right? You can have a favorite character and somebody else can have a different one, and it's not like, oh, well, you're objectively wrong for liking Ayla, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, buddy. That's not how that works. But you definitely can like argue rather than oh, well, I mean, she's got Falcon Hit and Dino Tail, so those are like really good moves type of thing.
These couple of fights I do have to deal with the awkwardness of Ayla being the fastest person in the party, and she has no text at this point, so I can't just like set tech to just run away. But even then, like, you can't run from these two fights.
I know you can do this through traditional, like, interacting with the buttons, but do you use the touchscreen to do your inputs for the combat at all, or just regular D-pad and ABXY?
Regular D-pad.
Okay.
Most of the time. I think you just don't have the... I think, like, just, like, in real time for like, a person, you just don't have the...
Dexterity.
It's harder to
have
like
faster.
Enough dexterity, yeah.
Gotcha. Never really like we haven't had too many DS runners blow through where I could kind of pick their mind on that. Now I'm thinking about it. With especially games with non-standard operating methods. The one that always comes up in my mind is like Super Mario. I don't know if 64 DS. I don't know if they took the 64 off of it, but like the movement in that was all like touchpad based. So weird.
That's I was very much heavily involved in like speedruns of that game for a very long time.
I love that game to death. The control input being a bit weird was like the only off-putting part, but For some reason, I just really
Yeah.
enjoyed it with having the all 4 characters plus Yoshi. No, it's 4 minus. No, yeah, it would be Yoshi, Mario, Luigi, Wario. So there is 4. It's just not 4 plus. Oh my!
This fight
A very
should,
angry party.
as long as I don't like goof on my inputs, this fight should be safe from here.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, because we're trying to beat him before discharge.
You want to be able to get 3 attacks in before
3 turns.
discharge.
Gotcha.
Like 3 turns, yeah.
Gotcha.
Like get that 3rd turn in.
Ooh, nice crit.
Okay.
Leader Robo.
Yeah, so this having the like boosted strength on Ayla for this fight makes it so you don't need because like normally like the reasoning was you need 2 crits, like 2 critical hits from her for like the whole string of attacks to be able to knock got Isabel
Win the
out
fight.
on that to win that fight. But it's either it's less. It's 1 if Robo attacks 6 times, and then you only need 1 crit with the 2 points of strength that she
Strength
got.
tabs, yeah.
Yeah. So just another safety thing.
So I don't think it functions this way with this game, but are there any benefits to like letting a character die at the end of the fight, or do you just miss out on EXP and TP? It's not like it goes to the other 2 remaining characters.
The character just misses out on the
Okay.
on all
On
that
their
stuff. Yeah.
share. Gotcha.
This next little bit is a cutscene interlude, but if it's not clear, I didn't heal, and so that's it. And so just after these cutscenes, you get a full party heal.
Nice. That's always a really important part of the run, is knowing where you get freebies and where you don't. The rules always kind of vary between game too. Like Breath of Fire 2, you get a freebie every time a party member exits or enters your party. Outside of like one end game scenario, which is really annoying, but not that big of an issue as long as you know it's that way. In some games, like Remake and Rebirth, do it very literally. If you spend the night anywhere, you get a heal. But if you're playing in New Game Plus, you get a heal at the start of every chapter, which is kind of a weird paradigm to deal with. It is always fun to figure out like what rules the game has set for itself.
Yeah.
Like, are we going with reality every time I sleep at an inn, or I stay somewhere I get a free heal? You know, getting put into jail healed me? Okay, sure, whatever you say.
Well, you know, there's certain laws and such about how you have to treat prisoners and things, so...
The Geneva Convention, hold on, wait a minute.
Yep. Now, obviously, or not obviously, in my opinion, Frog's theme is one of the best tracks on the soundtrack. But this game is just full of banger after banger in the music. So I'm interested, chat, and also Fox, but mostly chat. Tell me what your favorite track is in the game. Fox, do you have a favorite track or boss theme or one of the songs you like the most?
That's a hard one. It's just because there's too many that I really like.
Even just like the battle music, the fact that it doesn't get repetitive and overstay its welcome with as much as you're hearing it, you know that it's been well crafted. James FNX in Twitch chat said that they like Robo's theme the best. Robo's theme is very good as well. Cobb the Great saying the battle with Magus. All of the boss themes are good. Magus might be one of the best. What about you, Sid? What's your favorite favorite music track in the game?
That is a tough question. This entire game has bangers. I think I like Ocean Palace, honestly. It kind of sets the theme for that entire dungeon. And it's kind of a turning point, I think, where the game is less whimsical and more like serious. Because there are some implications in the story about Lavos early on, but you really don't have a very definite answer of how or what has caused it. But once you get to Ocean Palace, it's kind of like, okay, this might be the end of the game, and it's a very good false ending point, and it just ends up being another story turn.
Yeah.
I don't know if we acknowledged it, but I think chat may have acknowledged what was on screen.
Oh,
The new That's in the woods.
Oh, yeah. I forget that's a rare spawn, isn't it?
It's an uncommon spawn.
Yeah, there are some grinding spots that have rare spawns, but it's a speedrun, man. You gotta go fast. Stopping for him now is slow.
And in the DS areas, they added an enemy that's a rare spawn that gets you an item for like one of the most broken pieces of equipment they put in the game. But I do not go and try to get it. It's not worth it. I don't even think it's in your favor to get that rare enemy to show up, and then you'd have to be able to charm the enemy for the item, and then have it not like run away right at the start of the fight. So it can be definitely annoying to try to get that item.
Yeah, I mean, the rare drops are such a contentious point sometimes that like casual players are like, yeah, but what if you get a guts bat? And it's like, I'm not fighting the bionic kraken, dude. That ain't worth it. You know? I think every game kind of has a mythical drop that's like, yeah, I mean, it could save a minute, but I'd also spend 2 minutes getting it.
It's actually not worth it to get, because by the time it'd actually be helpful, I'm actually super underleveled for the place that I'm in. And so having it, because it's that broken piece of equipment is for Luca, but because I'm so underleveled, it's not, her magic defense is actually too low to actually use it.
Yeah, you said Luca, and I immediately understood all of the problems with that sentence. It's been so long, I can't really remember all this stuff. I just know that the added equipment, like, basically adds like 10, 20 levels to your character because of how strong that stuff is. But, you know, if it's on Luca, you're having a bad time. Luca just unfortunately got the short end of the stick in terms of stats and stat growth. So without really, really, really broken equipment to compensate and her being on level, you're in a bad spot. The equipment can compensate for the level, but that still means she's barely on level for something rather than ahead of the curve.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is the downside of like having Quexel's run being the finale of the marathon. I'm trying to fit in my last minute, like chatting with everybody, making sure the finale is set up, you know, saying goodbye to people that are leaving at that time. I can't sit down and watch the run except for like the last 30 minutes. Cause then at that point the fix is in, we're going to do the finale. I have to be in the room anyway. It does stink because I missed the finales a lot of years, but I've been told chat loves them. If the numbers on the channel are anything to indicate, Chrono Trigger is a really popular series with our viewer base. I'm glad we can do something like this. This fight was pretty funny in the Dalton Imperial, because Marla had a fixed damage weapon and arrow rain. This was like the first place it got fired off, and we're just like, what? Huh? Oh, okay. Sure, dude. It seems like the route kind of uses everybody in this, looks like, or is that not totally true?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go outside and just double check if because I don't remember saving before entry.
Fair. I mean, this is a pretty long one, and
Yeah,
you know,
I definitely did not save. I'm glad I caught myself.
yeah, that was probably the only issue I noticed with the rando is that like it doesn't update your story flag on the save file, which surprisingly I never really thought how useful that was until I saw that. Because the save file always updates it to a certain text line to tell you where in the story progression you are, which is also a good indication of like where you physically are and what you're doing. And I never really realized how just straight up good of an idea that was. Because it's not until like recently modern games have kind of started to do that. So I know 16 does it and a few other ones.
We did have a couple other people come in with their favorite tracks. We have Dan Bro Chill that said if they can only pick one, it'll be Shala's theme. And then Xenorcilla has said Zeal Kingdom, which means they win the golden star of matching my favorite track in the game, which is also Zeal Kingdom is just gorgeous. But if you also haven't had a chance yet in chat, post your favorite track. I might not be able to call out all of them, but love to see what other people think as we start fighting Flea here.
See if this works for a little bit.
And I do have to say, as we get a chance to enjoy the sprite work here, Flea has like some of the best fashion sense. I'm kind of jealous. Wish I could pull it off half as well as he does.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I really want Robo to go down in this fight, so Frog's poison, I gotta peel that. Oh, okay, there we go. There's the fight. I think there will be a moment somewhat soon where I'd like to pause and take a break.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll let you know when I want to do it. Probably like at the end of this area.
Yeah, we can. We'll go to the break screen, throw up some music, and you can take however long you need to stand up, stretch, get water, food, whatever you need to. Because it's an 8-hour run, so we want you to take breaks when you feel that they're needed, rather than us telling you. and one thing I have been like feeling pretty good about recently is like the audio feedback and visual feedback of like crits. It's just like something I never really like ruminated on very much as a kid, and like the more I experience new games and stuff, I find that feeling is so much more important than you initially take credit, or you really think. You're like, oh cool, it's a crit, whoop-de-doo. But like just the feeling of like, oh, I got lucky, I might survive. It's just really funny, like thinking about game design in the more specific of senses and kind of how it affects the player. It's like the difference between a crit with a Masamune and a non-crit, like they just feel completely different. You're like, okay, that's what I have it on for. Then when you see a normal hit, you're just like, bro, why do I even have this on? I do find the irony of like getting a red stone to fix Masamune and it's still like pure white or blue white, and the sword they make out of the remainder for Chrono is just red. Like, well, if the ore is red, why is the sword white? I'm so confused.
That was a little unfortunate. I think my turns were just at some of the worst possible times there.
No, I was just going to ask if that slash could actually hit all three characters. I guess the game answered the question for me, whether we wanted it or not.
Okay, now he's low HP.
Oof.
That was not the quickest fight, but got through it.
Yeah.
It was a good frog got knocked out.
Don't I know that feeling? Where it's like you get through the fight and you're like, that fight was awful. And then sometimes you look at the splits and you're like, I'm ahead? Sure, if you say so. That's the feeling you gotta go for. It's like, well, whatever, I guess. Feed her enough speed tabs, and Luca actually can take turns. And I think the thing I'm like, there's a lot of things to pursue about Chrono Trigger, but I think the thing I like the most is that the out of all like the games that had Toriyama as like the art or character designer or whatever you want to call it, it does the best job at expressing his artwork. Like, don't get me wrong, the Dragon Quest games are their artwork and the art style is very like specific, and you can tell it's Toriyama influenced, but because of the way they decided to handle combat and sprites in this game, you can just see his hand a lot more in it. And it's almost like, is this Toriyama? Yep. I think that's part of the reason why it's so memorable is that they decided to go with larger sprites versus the like one tile large sprites that a lot of games were doing at the time. Oh, you can just run from some of these? Jeesh. Correct me if I'm wrong, but during a SNES run, you can sneak around the corners of the wall, right? And skip these fights?
Not this room.
Okay, I'm thinking of a different one. Got it.
Yeah, it's the one near the end of this entire segment.
It's kind of hard mixing like vague memories with a port that has a lot of things adjusted. Trying to fully recall. Oh. Alright, just run through it full speed, you'll be fine. Got it.
At the end, yeah, you can just run through at full speed.
This skip is so goofy. I would have never thought of that. Just don't move. That's it.
I just hesitated and tried to just take it safe.
Yeah. Gosh, this room is like the most annoying thing in the universe. There's a bunch of invisible pitfalls for somebody that hasn't played this recently. So if you don't take the exact right line from that room, you get dropped into a different room, and then you have to come back up.
Too early.
Oh, that freelancer is being a little jerk.
Yeah, that guy, I sometimes just mess up and pass that guy.
Ooh, nice. Man, some of these look like they're straight up impossible to get around. Yes, Oh, yeah, that's right. He kind of does that, doesn't he?
Okay,
nice. Clean.
Supremely impressive.
It's definitely the segment I'm always like most worried about when I do this run, because it just Luca's checkpoint route in this run is precise to the point where messing any of these up messes up her checkpoint route later. It's really bad. So
in other words, if she dies unintentionally, like, you've got to revive her before you finish the fight, or else it's bad time later on.
That too. More so just getting in all those like areas I was just in, you can't run from the encounters. That fight in the middle you can run away from, but these other two you can't.
I'd imagine that room is like a really stressful one during runs, and it probably is pretty stressful to practice too, looks like. Oh yeah, the switching between physical and magical. I never really considered using Hypno Wave like that to force them to switch to magic. That's a pretty neat trick. Yeah, casually, these guys are so annoying, because if you don't one-shot them, they just flip-flop between physical and magic immunity. So you were talking that later the levels can get, and like TPs can get a bit screwy, but in the early game, is there any like points where death can severely throw off the route? It's like you're under-leveled or don't have enough TP?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially on Chrono. Because Chrono just learned his next tech
That we need for this fight.
and you need it for the Magus fight, yeah.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, gimmick.fight. I found that this one's always been pretty memorable, because like everybody puts their weapons away, short cutscene happens, hole in floor pops up, everybody gets their swords back out.
I've not talked about RNG at all, but I'm on a known RNG where I'm going to get 2 fires for the start of the Magus fight.
Is there any amount of like RNG manipulation you have to do to get that?
In this run, I don't intentionally do it. It's just sometimes it can just funnel you into a known RNG seed. And that right there is just an example of that.
Okay. Is it known how many seeds are possible?
I think other people in the community probably know, but I currently don't.
No, that's fine. I mean, I run Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, which like has known seeds, but I have no idea how manipulation of that stuff works. I just know that that's one of the things some runners do is plot out seeds to know specific interactions. So more so just a curiosity question, not one I expect to be answered. I'm the kind of person that loves like tech and little nitnoids, so I'll always ask those questions. As annoying as it can be for some runners, because it's like, bro, I'm not running seated. What do you want from me? I don't know. El Magus.
So yeah, it is possible to do a minute for this. This text auto advances. I just didn't do it because this version it's inherently more risky, because the RNG that you have is actually preserved when you save the game. So
Interesting. I mean, we got 8 hours. You don't have to worry about talking about it while doing a boss fight.
yeah,
I'll remind you after. From what I remember, Magus is not an extremely easy fight either, because you have to manage all the different...
Definitely not.
Yeah. Very understandable. Yeah. For anybody not in the know, the like very super high level normie is hitting Magus will make him swap between elements. Hitting him with the Moss Immune will lower his magic defense. The gimmick is you want to hit him with the same element that he's currently using, because he doesn't have an absorption for it. So trying to find the right element to take advantage of that is an important part of the fight. So your team comp can actually, like, at least as a casual level, can really determine how you want to take this fight.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, Geyser doesn't hit very hard. To be honest, some of the attacks may just be like percentage damage, but I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah, we're using the Fire Sword attack here because he's on fire right now, which is part of that known seed, allowing us to know we can take advantage of fire here versus having to like get Marl out for ice. It's like one of those fights where you don't want Robo or Isla because they have non-elemental, basically. Every character kind of has their own element. That's like kind of the gimmick of the game. So team comp is less... I mean, it is kind of feels based on who you like as a character, but in this kind of team comp is based on Masamune plus like what elements you want to bring with you. So we got fire.
And you have to bring Frog here anyway.
Yeah, there are some story ones where you get locked into a party member, which Chrono's locked in your party until later in the game, so he's always a guarantee for like 60-70% of the run. Yeah, we've got fire all day, huh? That's an interesting order.
I'm just gonna wait. That's ended up being 5 barriers due to the pattern. Okay, and this should be the juicer hit, so look at how much damage we're going to do.
The one interesting thing is, like, ice and water kind of share the same element, so Frog is equal to Marla, or Marl, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But with the Berserker, he really can't do much other than smack him with the Masamune, which is what you want anyway, because it lowers the magic defense, so it makes these fire swords hit very hard.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well that's probably one of the best Magus fights I've had in a very long time.
GG.
No!
GG, yeah.
That was a 5 barrier. You can get 4 barrier, it's just really hard to do it, I think.
You know, the fact that they they remove the H from Chrono's name and just call him Chrono, and it has always messed with me because I'm like, wait, was it 8? Was there ever an H in the title? And I get the Berenstain Bears effect. I'm like, wait a minute, did I remember this game's name wrong the entire time? So Greensy, the super boss to the endpoint of the category. The category has a pretty wide definition. I believe, if I remember correctly, which, you know, it's just 2 hours ago, so hopefully I'm not misremembering this, but one of the definitions is full bestiary, so we have to see everything in the game. I'm not sure if we actually beat everything in the game. So we will see the super boss. What was that?
We have to beat the super boss. It's just you just can't. Effectively, you can't game over to any boss where you can game over. So, that means you have to beat the super boss.
Yeah, okay.
So, beating the super boss, because there's the bonus ending with it, is at the end is when the run is over.
Oh, yeah, true.
Let's stop now. So, do you want me to count for a pause?
Sure.
Let's just do a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Resume.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Timer's away.
Perfecto.
So, regarding the tech point route thing that I was talking about before, we're not completely out of the woods because the next area of the Terrano layer also has like the same issue where many of the fights, or rather more of the fights compared to the previous area, are just completely unrunnable. This first area, though, this like intermediary area, this first room's like not the biggest deal, and then the next room is like has some of the trickiest fight skips in the run.
Would you talk more, like, we saw some really cool fight skips in the last dungeon you went through, but would you talk more just kind of like, what is a fight skip? How does it work? Why are they a thing you want to do besides, speed run, go fast?
So,
Unfortunate. I want to say a lot of it is like some of the fights are just unskippable, but I think you were talking about maintaining a TP route, so that's another issue. Having additional fights can throw that off, correct?
it costs time to hit any fight, regardless of whether or not you can run away from them.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes there are, like right in this room, there are. Okay, I got the second one at least. There's a precise skip to get past the fight. So, gotcha. They're mainly to save time first and foremost, and then like skipping the ones that you otherwise couldn't run away from is extremely important.
Gotcha. Because I guess the other thing too is like versus other games where combat just kind of poofs into existence. Combat takes place on the overworld map, so you have to watch the characters and the enemies get to the right position, and then you can act after that. So there's like kind of a slower fight transition versus other games where combat just kind of spontaneously, well, I mean, not combusts, but you know what I mean.
We're gonna have Luca berserked here. So these first three fights are the exception to the rule. I did lower battle speed to 2, right? It's just Once we rescue Kino, who's his boyfriend, and then free all the villagers and everything, every fight past the point where you get... Every fight past that point, you can't run away from. So, this is the first, real, area where I'll be doing grind fights. I'm going to do a total of 7 fights in this room. Oh, it's a little bit too slow there. This is a strategy I made up to try to do this specific fight, which normally other people don't elect to do. It's just in this route, in this run, this was routed in, and it's really been a struggle to change anything with how the experience in tech point routing works here. So that said, I think I wasted too much time again. Okay. That time it was fine.
And as you're doing this grind fight, is this experience also being shared to your backline fighters?
The backline fighters get 50% or so. Either 75 or 50. I don't remember off the top of my head. But they don't get tech points.
So then have you chosen the party that you're using for this fight based on who can complete the fight the quickest, or based on who you need to get the tech points to, or some combination of both?
Combination of both. It's a combination of Luca needing to stay in the party at this point.
Actually, thinking about it,
the biggest reason is actually the upcoming boss. The upcoming major boss of this place is the real big reason why Luca's been used so much.
Does the 100% definition also include learning all text for every character as well?
It does not.
Okay, so it's preference based or route based, I guess, rather. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. to me, like, it's just that the category's been there for so long that I don't think the community's really thought about changing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like when it comes to like completionists for like everything in the game, I don't think there's a I especially for this version of the game, I don't think it's reasonable. Man, I've been moving really slow in this.
Nah, I mean, I get it. Like the 100% categories for a lot of games are kind of grandfathered in, and unless there's a lot of like desire to change it in the community, there's really no reason to rewrite the rules. Because I mean, technically, the tech skills would just yield you farming tech, points from like new or something. So it would just introduce an unfun gameplay loop that really doesn't offer anything unique or different outside of like maybe changing grind spots if a more optimal one is found. It's like for Final Fantasy VII Hundo, they have to grind for limits, and initially I think they did it in Mithril Cave because there was consistently a good pack there, but it turns out if you manipulate encounters, it's faster, so there's some level of skill expression there, but, for this, it would just be grinding TP, and assuming that there's no faster way to do it, everybody just has to do the same thing, and just adds time meaninglessly. It was more so just a errant thought in my head. Because a lot of... That's one of the things is, like, normies or like, tourists, whatever you want to call them for speedrunning, sometimes they'll be like, oh, well, this category should improve that. And it's like, yeah, but are you running it? I understand your desire, but also then you do it. So it's always interesting to see how the communities end up defining it. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that's important is the communities agreeing on a definition.
Yeah.
There's been very rare instances, if any, of like a category just straight up being what one person dictates, outside of like early SDA games where it's like there's no other worlds or out of bounds at the time. Yeah, I feel like the 100% category has to be a very fluid definition. Because, like, some games, you have to have all the items or all the equipment. Other games, you have to have, like, all the missable items, like 7, where you have to get the stealables that are super annoying to get. Especially some where it's, like, an enemy that you have to steal from at a very inconvenient time. Yeah, honestly, like, getting items and drops, I understand where it comes from, but also that seems like a very boring way to play the game. Because it's either like grinding for 128 drops or figuring out how to manip the drop, which is neat. until it's like everybody learns the manip and it's like, okay, well now we're just kind of here to be here. Whoa, nice 777. Somebody's lucky today.
So, this is another reason why I got the bonus to strength. That electrocution animation, it hits really hard, and I'm able to skip it consistently by boosting it with strength here.
Nice.
And I figured out that if you don't do that, it's pretty much not guaranteed. Thought I caught that. Okay.
But yeah, that's also one of the things I do appreciate about like the RPG community. Most of the communication is very, very straightforward and easy. And like discussing categories doesn't turn into a slobber knocker like it does in some other communities.
Oh, I've been there. It's not
Yeah.
a pleasant thing when. Like, it's just not a pleasant thing at all.
Yeah, I've been in the Mega Man X community, and that one's a real rough one too. Because I'm pretty open minded, and it's like whatever version you want to run on, however you want to play it. Like as long as we note that that's the way you're playing it, I don't care. But using emulator was like a big sticking point for a lot of people because they said it like didn't emulate lag properly and things like that. That's what I love about being in this community because like we'll just make a leaderboard for it or add a clickable toggle. It's easy, done.
So this fight is the real reason to use Luca so much. I think I don't think it's reasonable to use anybody other than Luca or Marley up to this point, just because of this fight. Because of Azala specifically. Really, I was just waiting for this countdown. I'm electing to do a safe attacks pattern here. Where I alternate between Cat Attack, Fire Sword, and this Thunder Chomp. It's much more consistent. Like the fastest strategy is to just do Cat Attack, Fire Sword. It's a little bit harder to do on Battle Speed 1 in this version. There's like some like small thing with like the way the battle speed functions that makes it a lot tighter to try to execute that. So, it's not the biggest deal. I'm gonna do 2 uses of flame kicks. Now it's just back to waiting. Feel free to keep talking at this point. As long as I just don't like, really.
Oh, we've accessed the break in case of emergency Sid Yap button. yeah. Let me minimize Discord here. I'll focus in. I'm logging in. I mean, I didn't even realize you could sleep the reptile here. That's cool.
The status on Azala is the reason why Luca and Marley are like the best options for party members for this fight.
Gotcha. I remember just spamming Falcon Cut like a madman here because they're both on the same line. But yeah, this is better than having to deal with him counting down roars every turn. Nice. Everybody's
And
upright.
with the two flame cakes, the Tyranno goes down after the two.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger does a very good job. Chat's talking about kind of like the peaks of the story and where it kind of feels like, oh, this is the end of the game, and it isn't. I was actually talking about that earlier when we were discussing our like favorite tracks from the game. I was noting how the Ocean Palace theme kind of has a very a very potent turn in the game where it kind of feels like it's the final dungeon, but it's like step one of the final dungeon because you have to go back into it later, depending on how you clear it. But you're like, all right, we're going for the end of the game. We've almost got everything. Why do I still have a slot in my character roster? You know what? Don't worry about it. I think that's part of the reason why this game is just so well loved is that sounds on point, gameplay is on point, and then the story has some very good turns that you like expect / don't, making it never feel like you just kind of are going through the motions. And there's actually like twists in it, and not like M. Night Shyamalan. What a twist! Yeah, I think it always has been with that fight that killing the T-Rex is the point of the fight. I always do enjoy fights like that too, where there's like multiple targets, but like you're only trying to get rid of a single target in some cases, but the game doesn't explicitly state that. So if you do some testing,
the Magus and Black Tyranno fights are the longest fights in the run.
Mm-hmm.
No other fight's gonna be as long as those two. And but like the Black Tyranno is meant to take a while. At this point, you just like it has 10,000 HP you have to get through, like 10,500. So even casually, it does take a bit. So, I guess this is the point where, like, I guess it's like relevant because, like, because we did mention character slots. So, the last playable character is Magus, and due to this rule set, it's not possible to like recruit him and still like do the run fast because he has a second boss fight that's counted. So that also means I have to fight him again in this run. which is probably like one of the bigger things that like I have to take into account.
I did not think about that. So, you both have to get him in the party, but you also need to add him to the bestiary? Interesting.
You don't need to just add him into the party, really. Just you... Like, the goal of the quest is still satisfied if you... Like, regardless of whether or not you have him in the party. So...
I love how Magus kind of functions. He's like, in this own game, there's no point where it's like, well, he's gonna completely change the way the game is played, but also having him is really cool. Where it's like he doesn't natively have the dual or triple text. He just has the triple text if you have the stone and the right party combination, which is an interesting way to implement him, to kind of give a hint that he exists by the stones, but not outright say it. I think it's pretty well known at this point, but I think it's a pretty good way to implement that secret character without giving it away. Honestly, at the risk of, talking up Dalton when we don't have it on the channel yet, there are some tweaks made to Magus so that he's a more adhesive part of the party, rather than somewhat of an afterthought with the way that he kind of works as a secret character. Because missing out on dual text does kind of hamstring him in the ability department compared to other characters. Because dual texts do hit for a lot, and then it allows you to kind of use the third character as a support unit. But when you have to full commit your entire party, you're like, eesh.
A part of the questions I really brought about this one is like this just how do you play this fast without Magus? I think I have a decent... I ended up getting a decent answer. I think it's improvable, definitely. It just was hard to improve, getting to the point, I'd say. Because, what happens usually is, he's just such higher level than everybody else that you just use him right away. And so, this run has to just manage not having him in the party. So... we'll get to the first part of setting up everything I want to be able to do stuff.
I do like that we finally got the powered up pendant, so we have access to the chests. Is equipment part of the 100% definition or not?
No, definitely not. No, you know how I briefly mentioned those special accessories in the arena?
Mm-hmm.
The game will track all the equipment, and so getting those, it took me multiple days to get them once.
I think I had the same when I was playing casually too. My immediate short-sightedness was the power-up, items that you can get by exposing the pendant to it and then coming back 1,000 years. So getting the vest and the mail rather than just getting one or the other. So I guess it would also affect this one as well, too, because you want to expose it and then come back for the better item.
Yes.
And then in this case, you'd have to at least do a second playthrough to get at least one of the other powered-up item. If not, 4 playthroughs. Ugh, oh, never mind. Actually, playing that chess game out in my head. Yeah.
As long as you grab the swallow on any version, you can get both items. Because one of the bosses in the Black Omen, you can charm the helm.
Oh, yeah.
And importantly, we need to pick up the swallow.
Yeah, this is like a very strong item. Plus, it's what, +3 speed while it's equipped, I think?
Mm-hmm.
So not only does it give us... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, I think it like gives us a decent amount of attack, but that +3 speed like is super good for a long time, and it kind of outranks his offensive ability more so, especially when you're depending on text to do a lot of your attacks.
So part of the piece of this run is that I do want to unlock Frog's magic now.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot how annoying it is with magic. If you don't come and unlock it, you're locked out of like 6 of their 8 techs or something like that, I think.
Yes.
You like usually get like the first 2 or 3 for free, depending on what character it is.
The first 2.
Yeah, it's always the first 2. Okay.
Now there's a strength capsule that spawns right there. I don't think that one is super commonly known.
I mean, to be fair, like half of these I didn't even know existed. I thought almost everything like had the sparkle in the game, but I guess that's not the case. Are these all from the SNES version as well, or?
Yes, at this point, yes. Like,
okay, none of them have been like added by the DS devs. Okay.
Now, I was gonna mention when we get to the bonus DS areas. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's the other thing with the remake, too. Like, you already mentioned some of the skips or some of the other things have been changed, so, there's a possibility they added some, like, tabs or items somewhere without it being extremely obvious.
Yeah, I'm gonna swap Frog back out, and then I'm gonna change my equipment for the upcoming fights.
This is
belt.
If I remember right, this dungeon is not too terribly difficult because you can come here so much earlier.
Yeah, they definitely want you to come here a lot earlier. It's just you don't have to, and the game just the game can just like point you. It earlier pointed us here. Excuse me. But you have to do this dungeon.
Yeah. You got to get to the other side to do the Chrono Trigger event.
To get the time machine.
Well, so, that too, yeah.
Also, this is the last area where hitting any like this is one of last of like the major areas where you hit an encounter, you can't run away from it. Actually, that's not true. The other like area where that happens is actually Genodome, but you have to pretty much fight everything there. So
yeah, there's really like no skippables unless you're like super. I think there's like that one skip on the.
There is a skip in the Genodome. It's just like there are still just like at least 10 required fights in there.
Yeah.
But-
So we have Frost Wallace Man from chat asking how much the DS items and DS dungeons change party comp. That's something we're just going to take on later, or I mean, like once we've cleared, or are we going to be getting it a little bit earlier?
We're the plan is to essentially start going to the DS areas as soon as we can, because there are pieces of equipment in the DS areas that make because there are 2 DS areas. The one of them is post game, and then the other is the big Lost Sanctum area. In the Lost Sanctum area, I want to go there as soon as I can.
Gotcha. Yeah, because they were asking specifically about the Apocalypse Arm and the Dragon tier, and I'm assuming that's what you're after.
Oh, I originally routed this as I don't want to use the Apocalypse Arm.
Fair.
It's somewhat comparable to slots in FS7. It's like
gotcha. Like blunder shot, even.
I'd say it's actually it's a little bit worse because it's 30% crit chance or something. It's
yeah, that's pretty rough. Yeah. I really only bother with Frog and his crits because he hits 50% of the time or 70% depending on how much story progress you have. The big struggle too is without crits, some of these things do a laughably low amount of damage to the point where you're just neat. Anything else would have worked better. I could have been throwing stones and it would have hit as hard.
Some other episode there. These fights are pretty straightforward. Just this combination of attacks is one of the best options. Luca's actually gonna get a level off this fight, due to the manner in which I got cat attack earlier. It gets you just more experience, so Luca levels just a hair bit earlier.
Gotcha.
And it is enough for a regular attack for melee kill, but I think that guy's just too far away and for the attack animation to be worth it.
Oh. Wow, that's interesting. I never really considered that. That the distance for the attack animation may just not be worth.
Yes, it definitely affects it.
Huh.
It does make attack animations last longer, especially if your characters need to move around. So this is another one of the fights of all time.
I always love that line too. These are the fights of all time, and you can't ever really figure out if it's facetious or not sometimes until the fight's done and you're like, oh, okay, I understand. Duly noted. Oh, alright, I think I see what's going to happen here. Gotcha. Message received.
Magus has very high defense, and you need to kill him no matter what to win the fight. So you do magic attacks, and you're hoping he did heal on his second turn. And you're kind of hoping he doesn't heal too much.
So I take it the way that sleep works is it stays until something removes the status, like being attacked or having it cured by something. Because it can kind of vary by every game. Like Breath of Fire 2, it's only physical attacks, but other ones, any attack will do. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. He's trolling.
He hasn't even woken up his friend. I should probably...
Just cure spamming, what a jerk. Okay. Where's the mute spell? I want the mute spell! Oh, so you woke one of them up on purpose. What's the, Well, I'll ask that after the fight. Don't worry about it. You can focus on whatever the heck is happening here. There we go. He did something other than healing. Yay!
That attack, I believe, is like a turn on the on the other
beast
guys.
or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Okay. 2 heals,
Yeah,
not the worst.
I was gonna say, I remember this fight being kind of a slobber knocker casually. I never really thought to put the beast to sleep.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Oh, for the rebels?
So this is the last point where I'm like really hoping I just need to kill one did I forget to no I didn't okay.
Oh, because it takes a while for the berserk to pop up. Yeah.
It just took a sec for Ayla's berserk.
Yeah. Good job, Ayla. Was it 3 hits or 2?
In this, with the boost that I just gave her, it's 2. There we go. Okay.
my toes were like, were so worried they were crossed too.
with it being 2, the odds of knocking them out is actually a lot higher. I'd say, like, I think it's more likely you'll be able to knock them out.
I'd imagine the double berserk is so that the inputs get input immediately, so you have more attacks per fight.
Plus the boost damage.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, my guess on the beast dying is it's just like a story conveyance. My way of reading it was like, if the beasts aren't dead, they just are like, oh, I don't want to fight you anymore, and just leave. But there's no good way to do that in a SNES game. I guess they could have made him walk off, but I think that had to do special scripting. That's just the way I always interpreted it, though.
What kind of specialized training and, emotional centeredness do you have to walk across chains thousands of feet in the air?
Oh, yeah.
Just kind of use them as a bridge.
This is
time for one of the fan favorite attacks.
Falchion hit. Falchion punch. I think this is everybody's crutch as a casual player. I don't think I've ever met anybody that didn't spam this move. even when it only hit one target. It's such a nice like AoE move. So, are you gonna go after the second rebel, or there's no reason to since you got the first one?
There's no reason to knock any others out. This route wants just one rebel KO.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there would be any benefit to going for a second one, like it would speed this segment up or something. It's just slow enough and not common enough that it's not worth doing more than one.
It's for none of those reasons. The actual reason is both like capsules and experience.
Gotcha. I don't know how much this is true for everybody else, but I think this is like the most memorable boss in this game to me. One coming up here at the end of this dungeon. I know like some of the other ones are very, very memorable, obviously, like the final bosses in general, and you know, the one, especially the ones on the peak up to the Chrono Trigger event, but this is always the one that, like, when I think of Chrono Trigger, this is the boss I think of.
I think this is probably, I got a bit of time to explain this. So when you use either a double or triple attack, some of your characters, it was originally supposed to be for everybody, but some of your characters get a penalty to their next ATB fill for using.
Didn't know that.
For using like text. So Chrono gets a penalty here, and the way this is gonna get set up is that Ayla actually outspeeds. If I do this right, I can hit him 5 times before having to knock out the hands again. I'm gonna try to see if I can go for it. If I'm not feeling like, if I feel like I bled too much, I'm gonna just stop after this 4th one.
Oh, because you want to make sure you take out the arms to reduce their attack, so it's worth pausing.
I want to take out the arms before they kill me.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I should be fine.
I mean, that's a very underrated skill in a speedrun, is learning when to jam on the brakes. As much as like it is easy when you're first getting into a run, or as a viewer, to just think, oh, really? Oh, you're just attacking as soon as possible. That's not always true. Sometimes letting off the gas and waiting a turn so that you can prevent something else from happening is a very underrated skill that honestly will catch you when you're learning a run more than anything else. Like, oh, well, I had no option but to attack. Like, I mean, you could have defended. You could have healed. I've been learning that one in Breath of Fire too, because that game is very brutal. But there's also a lot of recovery chances for you to just be like, just use an herb, dude. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. Just heal. You'll just take one extra turn instead of an extra 2 hours to get back to that same spot. Clean fight.
That getting 5 hits on bigger guy before you knock out the arms is something that if you just don't, it is execution heavy. If you don't do it right, you're just gonna you will wipe if you just bleed too much ATB trying to do it. So because they open up with those like special attacks.
That like beam thing that hits the whole party for like 70% of your HP.
I'm pretty sure Chrono would get knocked out if it wasn't for the Ruby Vest.
Oh, is it fire based? I never knew that. It looked like Shadow to me.
He does two. There's the Shadow and the
Fire one.
and the Fire
You're
one.
right. I forgot he does do both. Shadow is such an interesting element in this game because there's very few attacks outside of Slash that you have easy access to. I think most of them are just straight up on Magus. I don't even know if there is another Shadow element besides Slash, thinking about it, that isn't on Magus.
You have Laser Spin on Robo.
True, okay. I forget that's the one element Robo has, because the rest of them are either healing or physical.
Or his last one being Light Elemental.
Yeah, that too. Oh yeah, Antipode does end up being Shadow too. Yeah, there's some niche interactions. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you pretty much combine two elements, it just makes the element of the double or triple text Shadow.
Yeah, I guess I never really realized that. I just always went under the impression that Shadow was exceedingly rare, but I guess if you're actually paying attention, it's not really. I do love the little.
We're doing this bonus fight for fighting the 6 news here. Normally it's a donation sub for runs, but this is necessary for this route.
Yeah. Yeah, the way that I set these up is it's always down to what the runner preference is. You guys are willing to give us your time to do runs for us. Pretty much everything within reason is on the runner's choice. We have Mega Man X Command mission coming up, and the runner was like, "Hey, can I do the Super Boss too? It'll be an extra hour." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." You want to do it? I ain't got no problem with that. The runner's been grinding down there. The one active runner on Mega Man X Command mission's been grinding it down, so they've shaved an hour off their estimate anyway. I was like, "You want the hour back? Sure, man, it's yours. Take it."
And with that strategy, you have to throw to Napalm, and it just ends up being the best option. It ends up being the case that you can just use default targeting for the fight, and you'll always live. So,
I was gonna say, it seemed a bit odd that you napalm the left two, but not hit the center one to hit all three of them. Does it not hit all three?
Yeah, Napalm's range is too small to hit the 2 ones on the top, who both of which would get a turn.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's the real reason why.
So that's the only way you're gonna hit. You're only ever gonna hit 2, no matter what you do. Got it.
With the top row, the bottom row, you hit all 3.
Yeah, it can be kind of hard to tell because the spacing in this game can be a bit deceptive. See, it's well, they look about the same distance, and they're just top right is just slightly further out.
Slightly more. So it just means you just can't do it.
Yeah. I'm just out here acting like chat so I can ask the questions before they do. I don't get a turn to participate.
I want to take that slow, so I got the text because that spawns one of the side quests. So this fight's like this first fight with Dalton is literally just a gimmick. He has high evasion, so even with it's called Falcon Strike in this version. Even with this attack doing so much, it ignores evasion. So it's important to just make sure you are using attacks that ignore evasion. So like Napalm could miss, but Fire does not.
Yeah, I remember this fight being really friggin' annoying. Not really realizing that there were attacks that dodged it, or wouldn't allow evasion to roll. You get to a point where you're like, surely this will kill, and then you start swinging at him, and then you sit there for like another 10 minutes, and you're like, just die!
And then your character gets knocked out.
Mm-hmm. Then you're like, oh great, now I gotta friggin' revive every... It's that place I was talking about, Ocean Palace.
That evasion thing actually is relevant for like the end, like near the end of the run. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's chalked up to just like casual normie understanding of the game. I think that's part of the reason why I find rando so cool is you end up not needing to, but wanting to learn like additional technical information that you really don't readily perceive casually. You realize, oh, now it works this way. Oh, that's cool to know that that's how that works. Because like the devs want you to understand that and figure it out, but they can't just tell you how to do it, or else it ruins the whole reason to do it in the first place. The boss is turtled up. You shouldn't hit the boss, or else they'll counterattack.
The devs of this Chrono Trigger definitely want you to know a lot, especially with like the mares area, because like, and that's an easy place to miss. That's literally like the tutorial area of the game is like the mayor's house in Truce, and if you don't have like either like the or instruction manual or like go there, you're not gonna know about running away, and that's probably how people don't know about running away when casually playing.
Yep. There's a lot of the, I mean, it may be obvious to some people that are a bit older, but like anybody that's like a newer person that has got into video games in the last decade, like initially in games you had to talk to people to get information. That's how the devs gave it to you. So like once you knew, you didn't need to talk to them anymore, but that's why you'll see a lot of older gamers just talking to NPCs. Not just for the flavor text, but sometimes they'll teach you a mechanic. But they started to gravitate a bit more towards the guide or the manual book that came with the game. In some cases, guides, because they, especially with the English audience, they're like, oh, they don't understand how to play RPGs. We'll just give them a book that tells them what to do. But like modern games, the tutorials are kind of baked into the game into a point where you can't avoid them anymore, for better or worse. So like,
I think putting them like just not making them mandatory is just something they should do. And that goes for like all of gaming, like regardless of the genre of game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna give me a pop-up, just let me turn it off in the menu, because I might play this game more than once, and seeing that, it's like that's one of those things that's annoying with like Remake and Rebirth. Those pop-ups still appear, and you can't turn them off, and it's like, why?
Yeah.
So it's like that you have to remember those so that you can close them optimally, which gets it feels like such a waste of time. You're memorizing where a tutorial is so you can optimally close it. You know, like you think about it too much and you're like, what am I doing with my life?
Right.
But I mean, those like distinctions, that's kind of how you can tell the difference between how long somebody's been in games. Because some are just used to talking to NPCs, they've kind of been trained into it. Though there are some people that do love the dialogue. Our co-owner of the event, Heroic Spirits Gamer, is big on it. when like Remake and Rebirth came out, he told me that he was specifically would stop next to the NPCs just to hear all their dialogue. And I was like, whoa. That never even occurred to me. As a matter of fact, my brain was like, that's a waste of time. Are we doing a mini grind here?
We're grinding 6 fights with Frog and Ayla in the party.
Gotcha. Okay, that's not a mini grind. That's just a grind.
This is a grind. This is just a straight grind.
Pretty efficient though. The fights go pretty quick. Nice chunk of TP too, so it'll help learn those skills real quick. I'd imagine that's the main goal is the TP.
Main goal is the experience and the drop from this fight.
Gotcha. Was it 100% drop rate?
That's the thing. I'm not sure if it's 100% or if it's 90%, because like there was like a bug on the SNES version where it's 90% depending on like depending on like certain factors related to charm.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if it's 90 or 100 on this because I don't know if it was patched.
Gotcha. Did they fix the programming error? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a bug for it being 90% for some of the drops.
Is there any other place to get lapises? I mean, obviously other enemies drop it. Is there a place where you can purchase them?
Probably in this version, I'd have to look.
I mean, that pause kind of answered the question, but like, maybe? I don't do it in this run. It's more so what I was looking for. Makes sense.
This grind usually gets me all the stuff I need, and that I almost was too slow into the attack, but thankfully that lock was on Frog and not on anyone else.
So lapises are what, 200 whole party?
Yes.
Maybe? Group mid tonics, I guess.
Yeah, it's a mid tonic on the entire party.
It's very easy to like underestimate how important full party healing can be, especially with this game where like I think most full party healing is like a dual tech. If you even have it with your party formation, so I could see lapises being very important to like keeping the pace of the fight up without like hard stalling. Appreciate that speed's like pretty easy to top off because it caps at 16. The game does give you a fair amount of capsules.
But
I guess it's
too much
not,
ATV there. They're gonna get the attack off.
Not surprising for most casuals, but the game does give you quite a few capsules, but there are several you can farm with the charm ability that make maxing out stats not inconsequential, but fairly simple if you know where to go.
Yeah.
The cool thing about this game is everything maxes out at star rather than an actual number, which I always thought was a bit neat, if convoluted, but also neat. Yeah, that sounds about right. Go ahead. So Bad Rodent Chat is noted. The dual heals are Frog, Ayla, Chrono Marl, and I think Robo Marl. Maybe Robo Marl. Because I know Aura Whirl, so that's Chrono Marl, and then I think one of the other one is like Dual Cure, which I think is the Frog Ayla. I don't fully remember. I'm just saying.
Marley Frog is double cure, which is full party heal.
Yeah.
You've got there's Frog Robo, Marley Robo, and then there's Slurp Kiss with Frog and Ayla.
Yeah. So the whole thing is just like your formation determines your access to full party heals, honestly. That is the one cool thing about the game is like casual players can and will like stick to a party formation that they find interesting. But there is a lot of reason to vary it up throughout the course of the gameplay and experiment. There are a couple parties that just have bad anti-synergies or bad synergies, but there's something that every party offers. Unfortunately, some are just not useful. Like Twin Charm is useful in very certain scenarios, but anywhere else, it's like, that's neat, but I don't need a charm.
You can skip these two fights on the NES version. I don't think you can on this version, nor on like the PC version. So I just opted to fight them for the experience. So that's about it into this.
Good old elixir. LXR. You appreciate too that we're seeing a lot of different accessory use here and quite a bit of changing around to reorient the party for specific encounters.
Oh yeah. The accessory management is very important, especially on this version. Like, it does take a bit to scroll through the accessory menu. We'll probably see that later.
Oh yeah, these little fellas.
We're gonna use this move that I just learned, Boogie.
Boogie Woogie!
And there we go. So that's gonna pretty much be the fight. I do have to heal Robo because he got hit. I want to use it again. Just have him cure beam himself. Just gonna do. I'm not. Often, if he gets hit in this fight, you have to heal him so he survives the final attack. Because they're gonna get knocked out at the same time here. So the reason why the Falcon Strike is doing more damage is because of the stop status. They get a reduction in their defense.
Yep.
And so like statuses can be extremely punishing. Oh, I guess Robo was fine here. I just wasn't entirely sure if he would survive without that.
Better to play it safe. I mean, especially when EXP curves can be pretty important. Who knows if he like misses a level later on?
Yeah, him missing that from that fight is just really bad. It's gonna it would definitely cascade a bit. So I don't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to chance that.
That's always the frustrating part too, when like the majority of your experience comes from bosses, and then it's just like you really can't afford to die, so you have to do something to make it up, or just like make up a boss strat and hope it works. Those are your two options: fight enemies to get more EXP, or fake it till you make it.
There is one more mini grind left, and then like everything else is just fighting along the way.
Yeah. I'm on machine. The sword and the monster. No stone needed.
Yeah. So yeah, this is like the big fight that you don't have to win against, and it still puts it in the B series, so you're fine to just wipe on it.
Oh yeah, because like you can technically win this with like New Game Plus, but in a New Game run, there's like no reasonable way to finish this fight.
I've thought about trying to do a run that goes to this fight and wins it. It's just bad. Like it's bad for not because of just this fight. It's just that you have to fight this fight, and then you have to fight like the next two phases of Lavos after.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
You not only get one bad boss, you get 3 bad bosses. Well, yeah, you can't survive this. Yeah. So what chat's saying is like you can survive this theoretically in a New Game run. In like a New Game Plus run, it's much easier because you're kitted out and ready to go. It's just not. You get one shot at this fight, and it's like it's just not fun to win without like a New Game Plus file where you're maxed out, max stats, max items, coming ready to rumble, all that stuff. With a New Game run, you're just so under equipped and under leveled that like, ugh.
I think the only possible options, like there was like a run by like the old Tazzer Saturn that did like that fight, and that the things he did was just not viable for real time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like
I am. Go ahead.
Like even though it's like the any percent Dino Tail strat, it was abusing like getting a turn before Lavos can act, which is based on speed ties, and that's not something you can reasonably do in real time, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's like I think it would require both doing an RNG manip and then having very fast inputs to get a move off. With two
not only do you have to you have to win the speed tie, but you also have to action it fast enough as well. And anything besides just an attack input is going to take more than a fraction of a second. I mean, it's one thing to just mash on the, mash the A button or mash the touchscreen to hit the attack button, but any sort of complex input ain't happening. This is the cool thing about TASs is you see stuff that just otherwise would be near impossible. It's funny though when some games approach that like people shouldn't be able to do this. What are we doing?
Yeah, the speed tie thing, especially like you're not going to be able to chuck an item in real time before the laser pops out consistently.
Yeah.
And that's what Saturn the Tasser did in like multiple tasks. It's like no, like you have to win the speed tie and enter the item, and like I don't even know what the window is, what the frame window for that is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting boss that basically gets bumped up to a super boss level, considering its placement. It is very nice that the devs were like, oh yeah, you can beat this, and especially with the multiple different endings where they realized there were edge cases where you're not intended to, but you can. So it'll give it these certain conditions spit out the developer room ending. If you do this or you do that.
I think in terms of real time, even casually, any ending that aren't the two standard or I need to just get this specific party formation. There are like the 2 standard or like the ending number 11, which is like Magus just going through the Ocean Palace ending. Apologize if somebody here hasn't seen that before. If any other ending is extremely difficult to do in a new game.
Yeah, I feel like that you're right. That's kind of how it works. The game is like has a couple of intended endings on your first playthrough, and then all the other ones are like either impossible or highly improbable and not intended for you to be able to do on a first go. They give you access to Lavos the moment you get to End of Time, but the intent is that like unless you stop in power level, you're not going to make it through that fight. And that amount of grinding is just ridiculous for a speedrun, in the fact that it would just be faster to beat the game normally in a lot of instances. That's the other nice thing too, is like with the ending, you could just be like, look man, I'm not doing this silly nonsense. This is the ending I'm going for. End of conversation.
And like the classic Dino route is ending 11, and then there was like RNG minute run from the Japanese runner Mahiru that like a long time ago that got a very specific RNG string for the very last fight to be able to do it without powering up the pendant, which is not really a viable thing to do otherwise.
Yeah, that's the other cool thing about TASs is they're there so that you can explore the ifs, maybes, ors. With a speed run, it's like, well, is this even possible if we did that? And it's like, yes, if you could play like a computer. But there is such great things to watch. Honestly, I'm really happy that the community liked the Final Fantasy VII TAS and the Breath of Fire 2 TAS, so we'll have to do some more of those, because I think the cool thing is the sheer difference between like a real time attack runs like this versus like a TAS. There's so many subtle differences that like even watching it casually, unless you know the game, you just straight up don't get what's happening or really understand the depth of it. And having some very knowledgeable runners that, not even just runners, but people that are just knowledgeable about the game will kind of let you understand it a bit better. Like Ace, Zephyr, and Dash Retro. Well, Dash is a runner, but they both do a lot about that game to the point where it's like, what are we even discussing anymore? I'm confused. Maybe the Chrono Trigger
there's
TAS is the
another
next
instance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, right there was just another instance of you don't have to win the fight. You can just let the boss run away, and it still is fine for the all bosses definition that I discussed.
Yep. Yeah, that's the only thing that can be annoying with category creation, is trying to find a way to include because like a good example is Final Fantasy VI, End of Dragons, like on the GBA. It's not really on any other console, but you can also just clip through the final boss in the Den of Dragons. So it's like, well, the whole point is to fight the Kaiser Dragon, but we also don't have to fight the Kaiser Dragon. What do? Also got to the point where Chrono is now out of the party, so we actually can freely form our party as much as we would like to. I think the game is very much designed with Chrono in mind as a linchpin, but they were creative enough with their designs so that parties without Chrono still have access to some very strong tools, which is good to know.
Indeed.
So that's the only thing I've ever been frustrated with is like an RPG where it's like the game only functions if you have the lead character in it at all times, and you really have no full choice over the way things happen.
Yeah, this is the start where I have full choice over the party.
I'm just glad that they didn't make Chrono like hard required when you get him back. We only needed the lead character and we liked it. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you start with Dragon Warrior. I started playing that game as a kid and I'm like, what? I only get one guy? Nah, I'm out.
I probably would have done the same with like Final Fantasy Adventure when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Even though I never ended up playing it as a kid, we had it. I love that game now. Just I don't know if I would have felt the same when I was younger.
Oh, I mean, I think all of us kind of go through that growth period. Because, like, when I was younger, I played Dragon Quarter, which is the 5th Breath of Fire game. And that game is like, what even is this? It was a roguelike before roguelikes existed. So, like, a lot of people did not jive with it. And I was one of them. I, like, leveled up the D counter. It made the game instantly game over. And I was like, all right, I'm good. But I'm speedrunning it now because I wanted to have 2 teams for the Breath of Fire relay, and found out it's actually a very fun game and I like it a lot. Sometimes you gotta try the carrots twice, right? You have it once as a kid, nah, I don't like the taste. Eat it again, you might like it.
Very important safety save. Yeah, so this is where find Magus, and this is where you have the choice of recruiting him or fighting him, and I have to fight him. So this fight is not going to look threatening until the fact that it's going to be threatening.
It doesn't look scary until it is. Trust me.
Yeah,
trust me.
This fight, I think it's. I'd argue that this fight is a lot scarier than the first fight against him. And thankfully, most runs you don't have to fight him because you recruit him instead.
Yeah. Just easy your life, man.
You have to deal with this fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say this game tracks like things by save. BCR isn't across saves. Kind of like Binding of Isaac in that sense, where like unlocks and all that stuff only affect the save file that it's on. Same thing with like the completed bestiary.
I've been like super forgetful about whether or not I use all my tabs, but I definitely did. So it should be good to just.
I mean, if you had a tab, you had like maybe one left, but I don't think I remember you not firing them off. And when we were doing the rando the other day, my brain was like, wait, what? This game can hit into quad digits? I don't know why, but I just remember this game popping off at 999.
I bled ATB, so I have to heal again. I'm just gonna do another one, just to make sure. I need at least one heading out, but yeah, I just really did not want to, because he's gonna counter with the spell, and he starts using the spell, so I just lost too much ATB. I didn't want to chance it.
It's a shame we can't like make him counter with fire or something. That you could just use the flame mails or ruby vests.
Yeah, he can randomly pick fire. It's just it's not in your favor that he does it. But this should end the fight.
Yeah. I see what you mean by he's like dangerous. It's been so long since I fought him, I didn't even remember what the how this fight went.
And importantly, I learned a very, very important tech on Ayla for her tech of Tailspin, which is very much what I thought was the best answer for not having Magus in the party. And conveniently, it's called Infernal in this game, but in the SNES version, there are 2 fire whirls. This is the second fire whirl I just learned. I don't need to heal. I'll just save. I just need to swap Frog in.
So it's been a dog's age since I actually killed Magus. What does the Skull's Pendant do, if anything?
That's the amulet he comes with normally.
Okay.
So it protects against all status ailments.
Oh, so you get a ribbon regardless. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it is just objectively better to not fight him. Got it.
Yeah, casually, yes.
That's interesting.
Although,
I'm used to having like a choice like that have some sort of like difference, you know, where it's like, okay, well, you either get this cool item or you get the cool character.
okay, so these are the portals leading to the first DS area that just opened. So here I'm going to start with some item collection. I need to, because now I can like fly around and time travel. Oh no! I need to next go to Guardian Castle. Because we're going to pick up one of the sealed chests. Right, this one I can just remove and it will be fine. I need that for an upcoming boss fight. And here is where I grab a speed capsule in that chest. I'm just going to stop by Luca's house to pick up her better gear, their helm and her suit. Because her suit is the +3 to speed and like more fire resistance than her best that I picked up like early on the run. Pick up some jerky. So this is just like just a bit of item collection and just get things rolling. And I want to grab the carpenter's tools. So this will be for Frog's quest. And I'm going to go to the grave over here for another speed capsule because I really want as much speed as possible. Oh, I actually didn't want to view. I meant to go the end of time.
As you're getting there, I had my own question. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the kind of differences between this version and the SNES version. The SNES version was also ported to a whole bunch of different systems. Did the DS version ever get ported to other systems, or does it only exist on the DS?
They removed the arena and then porting it to the mobile version, I believe. But everything else remained. And then the mobile version was ported to PC, if I recall correctly. I think that's the timeline of events.
That was a sticking point with a lot of people. They like ported it to iTunes or iPhones or whatever. And then they ported that to the PC, and people were like, Are you having a laugh? Are you having a giggle? You can't be serious. And Square being Square, they were like, Yep, deathly so.
So now we're going to start the Lost Sanctum. I actually think this place, after doing runs with this place, I actually think it's worse casually than it is running it. At least in my opinion. I think that's a bit of a take, but
I mean, it definitely is worth casually than running it. I could see that, because the thing is, casually, you don't really know how to optimize this and minimize the annoyance factors. Because, knowing where to start, where to stop with some of these can be kind of a struggle.
And so here's where this tech from Lucanale is coming into play.
I love it. It looks like it's a triple tech, but Frog's just kind of standing there. Frog's
just going to be standing there for a little bit, and then he's going to slowly get into the action. He's just here to soak up more experience.
It's just as well as a cheerleader for now.
Yeah, and just to heal.
Optimal MP use.
Yeah, so this is the only attack that can allow you to just come in here under at low levels and just kill things.
Just clean house, yeah. Because I remember these areas being brutally difficult.
And so when I do mean experience was really important, Ayla is gonna level off of this fight, and it's gonna guarantee I one-shot the enemies in the next fight. Due to the how like magic damage is calculated. So that enemy right there that just showed up, that guy has 1,600 HP, and so I'm guaranteed to one-shot this enemy now. So I guess like one other thing I'll mention about Tailspin is that I think it's got same like base power as like Magus' dark matter. Actually, it's just that Ayla's magic is so low compared to everybody else that usually you're not gonna hit super duper hard with it unless if you like give her all the magic investment.
Yeah, because Ayla's gimmick is she punch hard. It's pretty much it. She punch hard. It's I mean, I guess it's obvious to most people that have played the game before, but on the Blackbird, where we kind of had to travel through the vents for a bit there, and Ayla was the only one able to attack. It's because everybody's weapons got jacked, but Ayla do punch, so...
Yeah, we forgot to mention that. Yeah, Ayla just can attack anyway, so we can just go and get
our stuff back. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The game doesn't have a lot of gimmicks outside of bosses, but it does do them every once in a while. This area is like turbo gimmick, though. Both of the bonus dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I think you're forced to take her on the Blackwing when you get all your stuff taken away. The game forces her into the party.
No, it doesn't. You can do it without her in the party.
Oh.
It's just there's a sleeping guard guarding whoever's party.
Didn't know that. He's sleeping the gear. Gotcha. For somebody's gear.
Yeah, he's sleeping guarding your party leader's gear, and then you can start fighting anyway. So
I've never done it without her. I just always thought she was put in the party. Interesting. I guess
you probably
I never
just had her in the party.
Yeah, I mean that's true too. I guess I never really realized the gimmick without because I didn't take her out. Like, why would I? But there was a grander discussion that I was getting into there that like her weapon isn't replaceable. You can't like find her a new one, but it levels up as she levels up, which is an interesting gimmick. And I want to say it's either like she 100% crits when it's maxed out, or she just always does max damage. I can't remember which.
It's the same mechanic as the Apocalypse Arm.
Okay.
So it's the crit for max damage.
Gotcha,
but for her, it's her like final upgrade, and that's at level 96. So probably most people never encounter it because it's that high of a level.
Yeah, I don't know why I even had to save that high, but like I remember running across it a few years later when I booted up the game, and I'm like, what? Excuse me? Okay.
That's it does the new Specchio fight. You need your whoever's party leader to be 99. So, or a 99 is star to be able to fight it, and it doesn't count. And this version of the game just flat out doesn't count it as a boss. So that's why this one really exists. Because grinding to 99 is just it's just not it just would take a really long time.
Yeah.
Another like gimmick about this area is that it's loaded with money, Like, there are just a lot of chests that have a lot of money. And so, there's another benefit to coming here right away, is getting a few chests that have money. I'm gonna buy 3 of those. And then next we're gonna go to the Middle Ages section. Okay, let's just save because I haven't saved in a little bit. So, for essentially to describe like how we're gonna tackle this place, the is essentially like four trips to each period is necessary to complete the entire area. Like to each like time period for the Lost Sanctum is necessary. So
Yeah, I mean, like, as a casual, I remember thinking this was, like, an interesting gimmick, just kind of, like, poorly executed, but no matter how many times I, like, revisit the idea... Yeah. But, like, no matter how many times, like, I revisit the concept, I'm like, I really don't know if there's a better way to do it. There should be, but I don't know if there is.
I think the point of this was to try to cross, like, to tie it in more with a Chrono Cross.
Yeah, that too.
I think that if there's like ever to be like a remake of Chrono Trigger and they were to include this, I wish that they'd better tie it in to Chrono Cross. Like, because like the entire theming about the reptites and everything is extremely like relevant to the story of Chrono Cross.
Yeah, sorry, Jerome. We did have somebody in chat asking if the all bosses includes the Dream Devourer. Yeah, that's the reason. Yep, that's the reason why that distinction actually exists, is so that there is a reason to clear all these additional content pieces. Otherwise, it would just be kind of a standard 100%, as you witnessed
exactly.
this. So I specifically
draw the distinction.
Yeah, I specifically like wandered into the Chrono Trigger Discord, and I'm like, "Hey, does anybody run this DS version? We don't have it on our channel at all, and I think it'd be kind of sweet if we at least had a video of it, so people weren't like, where Chrono Trigger DS?" And luckily, Fox was more than willing to do it for us. Actually, MBW had mentioned that that they'd also gotten you to do this just recently for their channel as well, and I was like, 2 ships crossing in the night, huh? I guess we both had the same idea.
I did this run for a really, really long-a-thon.
Nice. Yeah, I like doing stuff for really, really long-a-thon, or no glitches allowed every now and again. Sometimes my runs are just prohibitively long, or the other things I like to run are actually like Mega Man X2 and X3, because they have some pretty dope glitch categories, and they just don't fit at RPG Limit Break as much as I've argued they do.
So yeah, this first like major quest of this area is to try to get this item called a Golden Hammer, and we were supposed to make a tree with it, and the tree was felled, and this enemy here has it. So we're gonna chase after the enemy, find where he is. Not, and that enemy is actually our first boss of this area. I'm gonna pick up a piece of equipment called the Dragon Head. That's actually a really important piece to the equipment situation, to the puzzle I have. It boosts strength by 5 points.
Oh yeah, I was confusing it with the Dragon's Tear for a minute there. I remember that being really good too, though.
We actually picked up the Dragon's Tear already.
Yeah, luckily I saw it in the inventory and my brain was like, nope, that's the wrong thing you're thinking of, doofus.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Man, just...
a Mega Elixir that I'm just going to toss right away. I'm going to boost prop speed.
Man, you're lucky that you're in a remote position, because using a Mega Elixir like that's probably a criminal offense.
It's actually like viable to do it here because that's like routed in.
MP. Yeah. No, I mean I believe you that it's the right play, but it's still it's one of those things, right? That like everybody jokes about is like elixir syndrome, mega elixir syndrome, where you just hold on to it perpetually and never use it when you should several different times. So it always feels bad.
Yeah, that was an issue that I had when I look back at the routing for this run. I was actually doing that with the Mega Elixirs.
Oh yeah, that's a really bad one in a speed run. You're like, I'll save this just in case Lavos mauls me, and it's like, yeah, but it doesn't happen. Saving that up for the end credits.
I was just grabbing too many. That's all.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a big joke when I'm like watching Master Duel, which is a Yu-Gi-Oh on mobile, or I guess like the online client, right? And the people will be like have interactions and they won't use them, and the joke in chat is like they're saving it for next game. Just saving it for next game, not this one. Next game. Yeah, I finally got to a point where I started using Mega Elixirs. What really broke my Elixir syndrome was I played through Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I was like, alright, I'll hold on to these Elixirs for hard mode, because I know there's a hard mode after this. What I didn't know is hard mode locks your item usage. So, when I got there, they're like, oh, here's hard mode. You can only play at New Game Plus. By the way, you can't use items. And I was like... I'm very mad right now. Ever since then, I have not been a stranger to using elixirs ever again. Though I probably still do what you do. Like, in randomizers, I'll go out of my way if I see elixirs to grab them, and grab a couple before the final boss, and then proceed to use none of them.
Yeah, for this run, I also meant to mention that there, for like the first like quest of the Middle Ages, where just defeating the enemies, you get a Mega Elixir for that. So I got another one anyway.
Fox, your microphone has started doing the thing again in a way that my filter is not still getting out. So if you could wiggle a cable or two, that would be useful. But also, it's not super bad. My filter is getting most of it out, but every twice in a while it just like gets as loud or louder than your voice, so it's still there.
Alright.
Since I got a second here, to circle back to like the remakes or ports of these games, I'm going to say something that everybody is going to hate me for and want to like shoot me on sight. I feel like this game could be a good, could make for a good action RPG, like in terms of a remake. But I know a lot of people dislike that. I'm just acknowledging that it could make a good one. I do understand that most people would really prefer the turn-based, and I would as well too.
Chat, put down the tar and feathers. It's fine.
Please, I'm just making an observation here. I do not speak for the masses. Square, do not listen to me. Yeah, I mean, playing through the Final Fantasy VII re-trilogy, I learned that I really love action RPGs, but I do also understand that, like, there are several people on our staff that were like, I couldn't finish the re-trilogy. It was boring to me. Or I just did not like the gameplay loop. But I spent so long heating it up. Fair. But yeah, honestly, I would love to see Final Fantasy VII, like, with new life breathed into it that actually acknowledges the original combat. I think active time battle, like, lends itself really well to action combat. They did a very good job of working it, which is a reason that I make that observation with this game. But that doesn't make it the right choice for the way to remake it. If anything, I'm more worried about, like, what'll happen to the art without Akira Toriyama to kind of, like, oversee new models being made for the characters and how they'll kind of work with Ayla and her outfit and Frog, trying to make him look froggy but human at the same time. I could see that being really interesting work.
I threw a barrier. I put the barrier stats on Ayla there so she could survive getting hit by 2 grudges from those like undead enemies. Because it was just to be safe about it. Because like if she gets hit by 2 without it, she gets knocked out, and it does affect the route. But it's not like end of the world. I just didn't want that to just mess things up from like the strat I normally do for a fight, like quite a ways from now, from like an hour or so from this point. So this is the other reason I had Frog leading, is because it's fast to have him lead for this cutscene here.
Oh, because he doesn't have to walk up to the tomb. He's already there.
It takes him less time to walk up to the tomb when he is the party leader.
I really love those like micro optimizations that, like, as a casual player, you'll never even notice unless the runner doesn't point it out. But like once you see it, you're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's always for me the coolest part of the speedrun, is learning like the little interactions that are that are part of the entire tapestry that is the speedrun.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really interesting to see both like CT and CC like remastered and reimagined in a modern, well, I shouldn't say in a modern lens, maybe like 10 years previous to this. Modern lens is a little bit too much because of the way they kind of overhand hold you with the Square's modern designs. Last decade would be pitch perfect.
I just made a bad mistake. Oh, it's just a bit of a time loss. I just have to buy another jerky.
Oh, you sold the jerky for dirt cheap?
It's for 10,000. So you make 100 doing that. It's just a time loss. So you just get I just got 100 or so cheap, and so It's just something I was trying to avoid, but I just like forgot.
You have to like give it for free, right? So you don't have to pay for the Sunstone. Yeah.
It's so you can even get the stone back. And those two sealed chests I'm going to examine and not open.
Yeah, the mystic chests like that you have to open with the powered up pendant, but examining them with the powered up pendant actually changes the contents in the future. So it'll power up the item of the chest that you examined. So like a really easy example is like a ruby vest, which will like have it'll be an elemental vest which has that element, but if you expose it to the pendant and then go to the future, it powers up to a mail, which I think reduces the damage by 80% of that element, and you can still go back for the vest if you really want to. Mainly,
that's why I need to focus.
Yeah, sure. This fight is like the main reason you want to have fire immunity, or at least fire reduction. This guy does nothing but spam fire. It's a roulette of these 5 fires, and hitting the right one actually does damage, while hitting the wrong one does not. So you're listening for the bing, 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 and then you'll see the damage number pop in on the center. But we should have the tab and vest or tab and helm, which will reduce the fire damage that Luca takes. And I think hitting all 3 here... Actually, no, the mail absorbs fire. I'm wrong. And the vest reduces it by 80%, something like that.
The vest absorbs like half of it.
Okay, yeah. So it's basically like, we want the fire immunity absorption. And then let me know if I need to knock it off. But I'll just keep yapping so you can focus. So we want to get in as many hits as possible before we get a shuffle here, so that we can get through most of the HP. I believe it's like a turn-based thing. There's no like way you can get all the damage in at once. But it's a pretty solid set fight. There's an easy way to approach it. As long as you have the mails and vests and stuff, this fight can go pretty quick. And since we have one of the mails equipped that fully absorbs it, we straight up can't die here. It'll take us a while to get through the fight, but we can't die. The only downside is eventually we will have to heal the characters that are not... I was going to say that's the unfortunate part of the way that this fight fights is crits don't actually mean any difference in damage. Each hit does a set amount, and then eventually we'll run through the whole HP pool. Oh yeah, that's right, he does have a non-fire attack. I'm wrong. You can die here if you get really unlucky.
Yeah, you can die here. But after 10 hits, you can end the fight.
Nice.
I needed to make sure I set my text before continuing.
All right. Yeah, so we get the Moonstone here, which we can turn into the Sunstone by leaving it in a specific keep to absorb the sun's energy for a while. And what I was yapping about before was somebody will just come and take it out of the keep eventually, and it'll become a family heirloom. So giving away that jerky earlier will come back and be like, hey, I kind of want that thing. And they'll be like, okay, my mother taught me to give things to people. Or something like that. Not as a matter of like they recognize, hey, wait a minute, you're the one that gave my mother food when we were starving. Or so like, no, my mother taught me to be a good person. Here you go. Why somebody else didn't ask for the rock, I don't know. Yeah. Little white question mark. Something like that, yeah.
So, completing this quest is gonna pretty much complete like all the setup I've been trying to do for the past... I've been doing for like the past hour and a half or so.
It is nice to see, like, this is the standard like side questing you see in 100%, but it's got a little bit of extra stuff from the DS. Kind of break up the action.
There's the moonstone, and the sealed chests are up here. You can actually run down too quickly and not receive the items after examining the chests, and they'll be missed. They'll be permanently gone. Do not do that. I've done that in practice.
Yeah. I always hate this is a way to kill your run. I've done it before. Please don't do this.
Yeah,
it's the
black
worst.
and white plates are extremely important for this run, so I have to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so chat's noting that, like, the millions of years that it was sitting in the stun keep in the, from prehistoric to now was not enough to charge it, but an extra 1700 is. It seems a bit absurd, but I mean, I guess it was, like, charged enough to glow so that we could tell where it was,
So, Luca's gonna make a fan favorite item, fan favorite weapon. Feel free to shout if you want to.
I do appreciate the story context of, like, Luca getting upgraded gear by returning home and doing a miniature side quest, and then, like, the major story implications of how it kind of changes her life. It's really cool. Go ahead.
I also have to mention I'm not going to be using the Wonder Shot that much in this run.
No blunder shot here, boys. So you got a little bit of... Go ahead.
We can kind of fail this right away because of the money that I got from the Lost Sanctum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was one of the sticking points with the randomizer. We needed to get a certain way in there so we could actually afford it. Because the randomizer money's a little bit harder to come by. And that is the cool thing with randomizers, too, is, like, the shops and what the items do can be fairly randomized. So sometimes you find stuff you really want to buy, so it's time to get good at the mini game that nobody has to do.
And I've effectively completed the setup for this special item that I'm about to get. So, in this game there are 5 secret triple techs. I'm certain many of you have seen the other one use Omega Flare. I have completed the setup for the one of the silver gemstone. It's called the Silver Rock on the SNES version. And this gets you the tech the triple tech of Spin Strike. So you know how Falcon Strike's damage works? It's like twice like Chrono's like spin cut move. Frog's Bleach Splash or Aerial Strike in this version. It's Spin Strike does 4 times Frog's attack, or rather 9 times his regular physical. And so essentially I just did a thing where I'm just stacking like modifiers on it with the sunglasses and his upgraded Masamune, which we picked up, and that dragon head, which boosts strength by 5. So it's gonna result in a damage spike, and that damage spike is not fully apparent because we're about to fight our first boss with it, and this boss that we're about to fight has boosted defense. I need to double check and see if I equipped everything. No, I didn't. Oh, that's why I did wrong. Okay. It's like something was not right.
Yeah, I was gonna say the other significant thing too is you don't just get access to the triple tech. It's actually an accessory that gives you access to that. So you have to equip it on one of the 3 characters. But luckily in this condition, since Frog is the one dealing the damage, or at least the main portion of damage calculation, you can stack him to the moon and then use the triple tech and put the accessory on somebody else where it doesn't really matter. So you can hit like that.
So this fight is very much a gimmick. If you use elemental damage, it'll counter with the strongest elemental attack in response. And if you use physical, he counterattacks with status ailments. So I'm abusing that quirk to effectively have nothing happen.
Yeah, because I remember this fight being really obnoxious casually, because I just didn't understand the concept.
So he's gonna be with 4 hits, he's down. So this quest is to climb up this mountain to get an item called the Prisma Stone, and the reward for this is what I have my eyes on right now.
Yeah, honestly, the reward from these bonus dungeons is the main reason you do them. Honestly, the dungeons are like meh in terms of fun. The concept is interesting, but the rewards very much make it hard to say no, especially if you're playing casually. Early and often, if you can make it through. It is a shame that it's like littered with recolors though, but I guess it could be worse.
I should also mention, because this should be clear. This is the main party for a while. It will not be the main party for the rest of the run, and that will be more obvious when we get to a point where that matters. It's just this party is really good for what it's doing right now. It's like most of the bosses that pretty much all the bosses that we're gonna fight for an extended period of time, all take damage from physicals. So, if they're really vulnerable to it, this is just a really good party to use.
Yep. For better or worse, it's really fun when Chrono finally leaves the party and you're able to kind of freely choose. Because there's a bunch of synergies you just don't have access to unless you can choose all 3 party members.
Exactly, yeah.
this screen that everybody has seen like 6 billion times.
So we need to start another quest for making this stone into another stone. But to do it, you have to place it on the altar there, and then get it out of the Middle Ages, and then have two of them show up. So I kind of, I wonder what that's referencing. Because they combine to make the new stone. It's definitely referencing something. So this visit is mostly just like item collection, just like a bit of back and forth. But it also has what I think is probably the hardest fight skip in the entire game. That's coming up very soon. Also, these enemies are annoying, but they literally have max speed, so they usually get an attack off before you can do anything.
The knocked out sprites, especially frogs, are just... I mean, all the sprite work is great, but seeing frogs knocked out sprite there is just... It's fantastic.
Oh. Right, I just failed it. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not gonna try to do it. I forgot... Like, you have to, like, move quickly and cut the corner going down, and then you have to cut the corner back on the way out, so you don't hit the fight trigger. And then you also have to do it quick enough, like do it such that you don't run into the bat that's moving, because that will also trigger the fight. So it's okay that I failed it. It's a really tricky one. I just messed it up in the moment. So yeah, you have to go to that cave for that key item in that chest. I haven't started the quest line that's I might just walk back out. You're not supposed to do that. I'll start that quest up like when I get back to like the main village area. But you have to see that the ladder is out on this mountain in this area, and we gotta collect this item over here. Normally the NPCs in the main village just tell you where the stuff is. Just when you know where it is, you just go and grab it. But you have to, once you grab it, come back up to the ladder, and then you can proceed onward with this quest to handle the new, because the new effectively like trains the entire like 65 million years or so to fight you again. So that's the same new that we just fought. We're not going to fight that new for a while, and it's mostly because we just don't have the damage output to defeat him fast. It's mostly just I want to do like a lot more of the regular quests, like the other quests, before I come back to fight him. So to get that stone, you have to talk to the elder of this era, and then you can get a little mark in the forest area that I was in earlier. So I'm just gonna go grab that, and that website starts the bridge builder quest, and two of the items are in the past, but the one item, the one I just picked up, is in this era. There's one eye on the way that you can't, like this fight, you just can't avoid. So you can. That said, feel free to yap right now.
Yeah, I mean, get out the cattle prod. Hey, do your job. Start talking. What did I bring you here for? I mean, it's so easy to get lost in this because my brain is just nostalgiaing really hard right now. Just like, man, I haven't seen these in like 2 decades. Hold on, when was the DS version dropped? I gotta at the risk of my own suffering. Let's find this out.
I'm sure it was 2008.
Yeah, 2008 in Japan, 2009 in Europe, and 2008 in the US. So it just 2008. So nearly 2 decades. I feel myself breaking into ash. Almost 2 decades. I stopped counting at some point for a reason. It's the modern port.
taking a different tack. One of the really cool things about getting to do long-form speedruns like that, like this is a speedrun. You're finishing this much faster than I'm sure your first casual run was. But it's still 8 hours. And that means that there's plenty of time in here to kind of just relax and let the game speak. Enjoy the music, enjoy the visuals and all that. Silence
is not a concern, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my casual file had like 80 hours. I want to say at max is at 9999999, so I think I had a file that was there. This game just like brings endless joy, even when you're kind of like at the end. That's the nice thing of having the New Game Plus loop of all endings. So there's a lot of reason to boot it back up. I'd say the only thing this game does not do well is New Game Plus balancing. There's just none. You just get to romp around overpowered, which I've always appreciated New Game Plus that has a rebalanced difficulty to scale to that New Game Plus so that the fights are still interesting and interactive.
See, interesting, because I'm very the opposite. I want to be overpowered in my new game. I like to be overpowered in my casual playthrough, so I can just go around and stompy everything. But especially in the New Game Plus, I'm like, if I can just one-shot all the things, I'll cleave through it on a power fantasy. It'll be great.
I mean, that's why as much as I try to like avoid, needlessly talking up the games I personally enjoy, this is kind of why I like the remake and rebirth series. They have the New Game Plus. You can go through on easy mode and normal and just raffle stomp everything, but they also include the hard difficulty if you choose, that's only balanced for New Game Plus. That may be true, Magius, that if this isn't the first game with New Game Plus, which isn't super likely, because I get the feeling there's a couple of games that did have it, but just aren't well known, but is like the first notable New Game Plus where like a lot of people point to. There are some people on the staff that want to like talk about the history of games and stuff as a show, and I'm trying to get them to like sort that out and figure out how we do that. But that's like a very interesting topic for one of the shows, is what was the first New Game Plus? You know, I think this is like the first well-known example of it, for sure. And I do appreciate the New Game Plus, because the other thing is, once you get to the end of the game, though, the content starts wrapping back around and is actually somewhat balanced, unless you've ground all the way up to Star, which is cool that your final level is Star rather than 99.
Yeah, so here's this fight is a damage threshold I wanted to hit.
Okay.
So guarantee one shot on Flea to make sure no more counters going to happen. And then I'm going to just use it 2 more times to end the fight.
Yeah, I get the feeling the New Game Plus mechanic was used before, but like CT is definitely the first one that is most people are aware of. Because I get the feeling that there's probably like a ZX Spectrum game out there, or some of those early PC games. What is it doing? PC 88, PC 98. You know, there's probably a couple of older games on PC that had that as a functionality. It's just the most the first mainstream game to have it. It is a very good like intellectual argument, I guess. However you want to put that. Oh man, Rondo of Blood or Dracula X. That game was just rude in general. That was a pretty brutal SNES.
Where did that cat come from? Why did that cat come from? I've had this question every time I've seen a run of Chrono Trigger. Why random cat?
It's just...
Had it showed up previously in the game? Is it...
I don't even know if is it Chrono's cat? Whose cat
I've always thought it was Chrono's cat. I've always interpreted it as it.
I get the feeling it's just one of those like anime tropes where like just something completely nonsensical happens that it's like if you think about it too much, your head's gonna hurt. And you're like, okay, I need to go take my migraine medicine right now.
Strangely, the thing it puts me in mind of is the ending of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Just suddenly police show up. And I feel like it's probably a similar. It's just like, why not? Just suddenly there's a cat. And everybody stops what they're doing and stares at the cat as it goes and flips a lever and then walks off. And then the trapdoor falls. Yep. Okay.
I think like they're trying to subvert the idea because it's like, you had to do this before where you hit the switch, then it stopped the fight, then you hit the other switch, then you stopped the fight, then you hit the other switch, and then the final switch. So they're like, oh, you expect to hit all 3 switches. Well, guess what? You only have to hit 1 this time. You're like...
You know...
That too. That makes a lot of sense.
I would not be surprised if it's something that like came up in QA testing or whatever, that they did have the full hit all the switches again, and one of the testers just like, this sucks. Can we please not? Like... Yeah, all right.
We already used this joke once. Can we speed this up?
Yeah.
I mean, we discussed it during the rando, but there's several endings. A lot of them kind of give you more of the story of like how things ended based on when you beat the final boss, and give you some more lore for the individual time periods. But the dev room one that we mentioned is very similar to this, where you just end up in a room with a bunch of NPCs that the devs decided would be their stand-ins, and they kind of just talk directly to you, and it's got that same kind of feel where it's just like, what? This is not what I expected, but it's still cool.
This is a couple of very tricky fight skips. So
I can't resist one more. Gonna give one more teaser for the rando run that you will hopefully not see until after the event in May. But they had all the bosses randomized, and the boss that was here was fantastic. It was just...
The funny part is I feel like we saw like 6 distinct bosses. We kept seeing different forms of the same one. Like,
that's true. Yeah.
What is the odds? That's the 3rd time we've seen the dude. What is happening?
The Rando Delta Imperial will, if there's a boss that's rolled here, it will just roll that same boss for the lava spawns. For the lava spawn fight, I meant to actually lower the battle speed so I could make it more consistent that I am to, because like we're fast enough to just outspeed and one-shot them. So it's very much important that I do so their opening attack doesn't go off.
Yeah, this is like the New Game Plus experience. Your ATB just feels so fast, the enemies have 0 chance. I do also love the displaced sprites, especially like with the lava spawn, where the eye just goes whoop, and just right out of its hole. You're just like, wait a minute.
Swapping Luca in because this is the last mini grind of the run.
Oh yeah, I had to resist it because we accidentally got caught here, and I was like, "Oh look, I really had to like not be like, hey look, we're gonna do a grind." I never really thought to use this spot as. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a little bit of thinking outside the box to use this area to grind. I'm just doing 3 fights here.
I mean, I don't think I would have realized you could set this up to get 6. I would have always thought the cap would be like 4 or 5.
Also, as someone with ADHD, it is impressively challenging to continually get 6 here. Like, without just, like, a very good setup that's consistent. And so I think my setup that I'm doing here is very good, thankfully. So I normally don't have that problem anymore. Well, that's true. I forgot that she learned Downtail there. So I'll try to... Like, one thing that you do have to be aware of when you're, like grinding and learning text is that... I barely didn't talk out the last one. Is that... when somebody learns like a tech or like a combination tech, sometimes it usually just sets their tech menu back to like the top most like default. So that's something I usually have to keep in mind, but I just like straight up forgot. because I made that mistake, I don't have to heal Ayla's MP. Her MP is lying here. We'll just do another spin strike to kill this last awful spawn. And conveniently, this is also the fastest party for this cutscene here. I should also mention, like, I currently, like, due to the tech issues I was having at the start, if there's any questions, just feel free to say, like, if there's any questions in chat, just feel free to just say them.
Gotcha. I mean, we're all locked and loaded for another 3 hours, so feel free, man. We're here to answer what you have to ask. Will it be a right answer? Can't guarantee that.
Sometimes I may not know things, but usually I because I built this route myself pretty much. Like I've been known to do that with games, so
I mean, routing is like one of those luxuries that people don't get a lot of nowadays because very few games are completely unexplored. Luckily, with this, it's kind of like a side category that isn't as well explored either.
That too, yeah. It's for me. It was definitely it's something I like doing because it gets you most importantly, it gets you knowledge about the game when you
Gotcha.
actually can help build a run and everything.
Take me with you.
I was mashing a little bit too long, and that moves on right in front of her, so you'll just talk to her. That's it.
Guess there's worse things in life, yeah.
It's just a run, it just wastes time.
I mean, in like longer runs like this, it's super easy to make little errors like that. Frickin' Breath of Fire 2 should be sub 7 hours, but most of my runs currently have been at like 7. And then you add on a couple hours of resets, it's easily as long as this. And I tell you what, it's really hard to maintain the stamina and attentiveness to avoid every little error like that, for sure.
Right. So, this will be the last visit to the Lost Sanctum until I finish, like, all the... like, everything else outside of here, other than the Black Omen. Black Omen will be last.
The Not Sunstone has been completed. Yay!
Yeah, finishing this specific quest, it's Robo, and a weapon called the Dragon Arm, and it's faster to get. It's much better to get that before heading to Genodome. It's mostly because, like, you don't, like, you can't. This route isn't, like, just absolutely rushing prison specs, like that you get from doing the Sunstone and Rainbow Shell quests.
Yeah. Those are two of like the most notable side quests because the stuff that you get for them is just ridiculously powerful, like game warpingly powerful. Of course, now we have access to some more game warpingly powerful items, so why not, right?
So, importantly, I talked to this NPC right next to the one that gave me the dragon arm, which allows me to place the stone back up on the top of the mountain.
Nice. It is nice that they like reuse the individual areas so that when you come through these different segments, they like don't feel completely, at least the palettes don't feel reused, and they feel like they belong in the area they're in. Not completely horribly designed where it's like, dude, you just copy pasted map 1 from this and map 2 from that. Seriously? Really? We do have a question, chat. Do we charm anything in this run? That actually is a good question.
We used charm twice, and it's actually coming up relatively soon.
Okay.
I plan to charm 2 bosses that are coming up, and that's it.
Does that become like a real big headache, or do you have decent charm rates on them?
Charm's base chance of working is like 70%. So, having to do too many just introduces risk, really.
Gotcha. Because I never really knew on my own. The game doesn't really define what the chances are of it. Some games, stealing is just so abysmally low that even with an upgrade item, it's like, don't bother. Unless the character's literally not doing anything else.
Yeah, Illa's upgrade accessory for charm is like extremely good compared to like stealing at other RPGs. It's
I want to say
very
like,
much a
6 is like 10% or something like that, and then it goes to like 20 when you put the gloves on, and you're like, that's cute. It's a soft suggestion for them to give me an extra item. Got it. Yeah, if it's on bosses, I think I know which ones might be it, but we're not going for tabs or any items. It's just those 2 boss fights.
One is a tab.
Yeah, okay, it's the one I was thinking of then. Is there getting that guaranteed tab is nice. I mean, I guess the game just kind of gives you enough tabs that, like, you don't need to farm any of them for anything to really be super beneficial, outside of, like, speed tabs, yeah. Since speed caps very early, and is very impactful in how fast combat goes.
I'm just gonna double check that I got the... Okay, I was just wondering. I'm just like not remembering like everything I'm getting, but yeah.
We're 5 hours deep. I think you got a little bit of breathing room here. We're definitely not holding a grudge, that's for sure. The bigger struggle is like, since this game is kind of like, for better or worse, on rails towards the beginning, and it opens up around the mid-late game, the point where you have to like actually remember where you're going can be the part where you're starting to run out of stamina and focus. You have to be like, oh no, what was I doing again? And then you remember the games well enough that like if you do use notes, you're like 3 pages away from where you're supposed to be because you didn't look at them. And you're like, wait, you scroll down a couple of pages to find where you need to be.
So here I brought Chrono in for the conveyor because it's faster than the other option. Really is Luca, and it just saves a bit of time, and I had to do the grind anyway because like that mini grind in Death Peak anyway, and it's like the real reason is just primarily experience. And this attack between Robo and Chrono is fast, like hits in a circle, and it's also animation-wise, it's also faster than the Falcon Strike, but it does the same amount of damage. And then they also use their triple tech that I just learned here in this last fight because the enemies on the bottom are a little bit too far away. Did like the hardest thing to remember in this room because this room's like setting up for a very important skip, and just remembering the order I do things is always like not the easiest thing.
Out of curiosity, do you have notes open that you're following, or are you doing this all by memory?
By memory and looking at my note, and I have my notes open just in case. Let's swap Frog back in. Just max out his speed so these upcoming enemies are easier to knock out. Speed Ring will max out his speed. Because Water 2 will one-shot these guys, which you can learn from fights on Death Peak. And I want it to be Battle Speed 1 here. So we need to pick up the 2 dolls, and to pick up the second you have to go around to get its robot to follow you. But with near perfect movement you can open the door without reversing the direction of the conveyor, which would have you like go all the way around like to the top floor and back down. to be able to do. So that's the sequence break that I just did.
Very impressive.
And next is some bit of movement tech to try to get this robot to get closer to me while I go and grab a speed capsule that spawns after you grab the first doll. Picking up a vigilance hat in that chest that protects against all status ailments, and I want that pretty much right away. I didn't match quickly enough right there, but it's fine. I realized I forgot to do like one thing. I need Robo's MP to be at the full. So this is a fight with Atropos, and normally you can like grab the weapon out of Death Peak and do this fight, but without like the prison specs, you're not gonna KO quickly enough with that. You don't really have the MP for it either. But this will guarantee that I knock out Atropos in 5 hits.
You take 5 of those hits? Why does that robot have so much more health than our robot?
It's Breath of Fire 2 has that same issue. Kat is a party member that you get pretty early on. You face her in a one-on-one deathmatch, she has 220 HP, and she will never get that much HP, not even by the end of the run. She gets like 140 or something, and you're like, wait a minute. Something don't add up here. You guys don't know how to do math. Cheaters.
So Robo's HP is ending at 9, and I hope I can have that stay. It's dependent on a roll from the boss here. Like provided like this boss goes over like relatively okay, but it also depends on because like we were talking about charm, it does depend on how the charm goes, because I need to charm Mother Brain here, who's the boss of Genodome. Like, usually what happens is I go for it, and if I don't get it, I think I just continue on and get because there is a backup. But we got it, so... Okay, well, Robo's gonna keep a 9 on his HP, which is what I was hoping.
Oh yeah, the turbo gimmick weapons. I forgot about that.
Yeah, because here's the rewards are or importantly, is the second arm we got there is the Crisis Arm, which is a very, very nice piece of equipment for him. I'm gonna swap Luca and just save right now. So I don't have Robo in the party in case I actually get hit in here. So this next area is Giant's Claw. Mostly because of that specific fight. So there are 3 strength capsules in here, and I want to get them all. I've so often just forgotten the last one. I just want to make sure I grab it. This chest here has a Zodiac cape, which I need for later.
Oh, the Crisis Arm or whatever? If it was bugged in the original version, I'm not aware of it.
No, it functions in the original version.
There's so many different games with bugs and glitches like that it's hard to remember all of them, especially how they act.
I brought Luca back in for these 2 rubble fights.
Why? 'Cause she has a auto targeting or whatever. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind.
I get the Wonder Shot just in case, sometimes the rubbles can be trolly.
Gotcha.
So you have to go back up here for the last one of these.
And your audio is bugging out again. Can you give us a little wiggle?
Okay. Thanks for catching that.
It was doing it a second ago, and then it stopped, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna shut my mouth. And it started again, and I'm like, this is the kind of random luck I don't enjoy.
And it's been behaving for the most part, either actually behaving or being at a level where I'm running it through a noise filter on my computer to
Cut it off.
Try and get rid of it as needed. But every twice in a while, I think the noise filter is just like, oh no, you want to hear this. No, that's not...
That is not do your job. I didn't ask you to think. I asked you to do.
Yeah.
That's not why. Oh, I was forgetting my equip right there. That's what I want. Okay.
And
Now, this is the first of 2 fights where I actually want the silver stud on Ayla, because Spinstrike has a weird property where it requires 15 MP on Ayla, which I didn't mention before, and so it ends up being too much of an MP cost to get through this fight without it.
This is why the studs are useful, gold or silver. Well, I guess this is assuming you can actually equip one right here.
Yeah, I was able to equip it.
It seems like the accessory exchange is the really cool part of this run, actually, that it's very dynamic with what accessories are used and how many get used.
I think, other than like the starting ones, every accessory I pick up is intentional. And it is going to be used at some point.
I do find it funny that they give you enough space between the boss and the wall so that you think you can just slip on by, and then it's like, no free lunch here.
And with that, I just, took 6 attacks and that chewed through all of Astariano's health, and he has 25,000 HP.
That is a really strong triple tech. Are you going to also be getting the other triple tech items as well? Or just this one?
No, just this one. Once I go the Black Omen, I don't use this triple tech anymore.
Gotcha.
There's going to be stuff that's stronger at that point.
So basically, this run shows most of the stuff, which is the closest thing you'll get to a hundo, true hundo for normie, or I guess forest's hundo definition. Oh, surely you're supposed to get all of these things. I mean, you can get all those things. I think I'll stick with this.
So a little unfortunate. Just got into the menu. You lay on Frog's menu.
Uzi Punch. I do appreciate
I take that
tech.
fight for.
Go ahead.
I take that fight intentionally. You can run away from it.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say it is nice that the TP starts scaling very heavily towards the end. So if you haven't grinded them before, you should have all your abilities by this point. Especially considering that if they're not in your active party, they don't get TP. So as long as you're actively swapping your characters around, you should learn all your skills pretty quickly.
tried to grab that chest, but I spawned like right away.
Hmm. So another point where what I mentioned earlier is actually pretty important. That ice and water are the same element. So the water spells from Frog and the ice spells from either Magus or Marl would do the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. The damage is just redonkulous. No wonder this gets used so much. It's like an absolute truck.
Okay.
Oh. That was quick.
So that's Ayla learning all her attacks. She learns triple kick there. Triple kick isn't used as like too
As much as you would casually.
as much as you would casually. That's right. Frog and Ayla's tech, double tech. Called drop downs version. It's called drop kick on the SNES version. That definitely gets used quite a bit.
Gotcha.
There are places where it's just really good to use it, and it's necessary for the final fight of the run. Actually need to buy 2 of these.
I do love how the humming like lasts just long enough for us to like sit here and be like, should we say something? And then it just stops and we're like, oh, cool, thanks. Much appreciated. Have you ever heard a hard drive try to write data to itself? Well, you have now!
Side quest was definitely infamous. But it's just faster to just do the right thing here. So now we have this quest with finishing the Rainbow Shell quest. I actually want to equip Marley a little bit so nobody gets confused here. Okay.
I don't know how we're like 5 hours into this. Like, it both feels like it's taken forever, but just flown by at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Good company and a good game. What more can you ask
Yeah,
for?
absolutely. I forgot. Like, I just haven't had the availability to watch as many like marathon runs as I have outside of this show, and I forget how fast they can pass the time. Maybe I should make more time for that stuff. Says the guy that runs a marathon based on that. As usual, Marl's solving her problems by screaming at people. It's so funny that they used the Chancellor as evil gimmick twice. And it's not even like a different Chancellor, it's like the same exact sprite. The same exact guy.
Does he turn into the same exact monster? I don't remember.
He changes into a palette swap. But it's
Yeah.
the son of the one we fought earlier. He's like Yakran 9 or something like that, I think.
He's the
Yep.
13th.
13th, yeah. It's really right on the nose.
Yeah, the Crisis Arm has like a big bonus damage modifier if Robo's HP ends in a 9. That's why I was hoping that would stay. And I'm still hoping that it stays for that particular fight.
Is there any way to manipulate it outside of like having 999 HP or something like that, obviously? Or is it just kind of a cross your fingers and hope situation?
Somewhat of a cross your fingers thing.
Gotcha.
At least without like a full RNG manip.
Gotcha. Because I know, I'm not sure how many other games have that same kind of gimmick, but like Remake doesn't have it. The original Final Fantasy VII has the 7,777 gimmick where you go into a rage mode where you attack 7 times or 14 times or something and do 7,777. So it's like, I know some games have
4 times.
I can't even remember, man, but it's like the setup is so uncommon, like it doesn't even get used in speedruns. I want to say it like sometimes got used in older runs, older hundo runs for like Emerald or something like that, but for the most part. Actually, I'm wrong. It does get used, but your party doesn't use it. They use it on Materia Keeper and enforce the 7,777 through poison ticks and like curing and damage, so that it auto kills itself at the end. Because if the battle isn't over at a certain point, you just die from 7,777.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a fringe thing. It's like, oh yeah, we use that on the enemy. What? That's why I love speedruns, because it does such just weird stuff that you're like, huh? How did we come up with this solution? Crime is good. Law is bad. Tear down the system. What is happening? You know, with this palette swap, I can actually, like, see his face a little bit more. It's been a while since I've seen this.
So
So
that was really unlucky.
I am definitely one of those that, like, missees sprites. Where it's like Emperor Gristal looks like a dog instead of a guy with a big old beard and big old mane of white hair. That's always the fun part of the SNES games, is like, look at the sprite and everybody like all sees the wrong image together. So I think like for the longest time I like looked at the horns and kind of thought they were eyes.
And unfortunately Robo got attached, which is the thing I did not want to see there. If I just did a East toss, it would have been fine. But yeah.
I do appreciate that a woman from the Stone Age and a robot from the farthest future we can reach were playing toss or catch with a boss. Irony is not lost on me that they were throwing something between the two furthest flung time periods. Fun is timeless, yeah. True. The most basic human experiences, like, we all end up driving to do the most basic of things. Yeah. Catch is kind of like the most basic of basic, for sure.
I'm gonna take it slow with picking the armor here, because if you ever get the prism dress and not the helms in this run, it's pretty much over.
It's rough that like the dress and the helms are just like not even close. The dress is really good, but it is not better than 3 Prism Helms ever, unless you already have 3. Minimum 3. I wonder if it would be different if the if it was just some sort of Prism armor versus Prism dress, but the hats like Prism Helms give like haste, I think, or something. They're really ridiculously powerful, right?
Magic defense +9 and protects from all status ailments.
Oh yeah.
Like the real reason it's more so the magic defense, because magic defense is way more
hard to come by
than that barrier list.
Gotcha. Yeah, because like right now we've been juggling around elemental weak resistances for the most part.
So okay if we just like take like another break here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just when I sit down the E5, let's take another 5. So let's just stop now.
Sure.
So feel free to pause it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Oh yeah. Alright, you got it.
3, 2, 1, resume.
Timer's away.
All right. Now for the home stretch.
So, Yeah, we're on like the final 30% of the run, I say.
We're in a variety
So
of
this-
games of different durations, so this definitely takes a lot of stamina and focus to stay on top of the ball.
Oh yeah. And that quest, like the three like fetch quests for the bridge, that gave a haste helm. So you get one for free doing this.
Nice.
So I didn't do any like menuing because I wanted to pick up the haste helm before I did my next menu. There is a save point in this room. I can do the menu because I need to use a shelter. Now what? You're here. Oh. Okay, that's correct. Okay. So as soon as I enter the next room, I fight this the new that we fought previously. And now he has some real dangerous attacks. And one person who I really do not want to get hit. I think you can probably guess who I don't want to get hit by one of his attacks because it will one shot either Ayla or Robo. Okay. Alright. So I needed to do 4 attacks because his counter heals himself, and I just didn't have enough to just 3-shot him. So now that Saintstone charge life or just being up there, like similar to the Moonstone situation. But it'll be used for a different reason. So now I'd say is the most infamous part of this area of like this whole like region. The Lost Sanctum is coming up, like really starting. Because the next quest that I'm about to do is a lot of back and forth up this mountain. And so we're just going to be moving through these rooms for a while, and there's not going to be much to talk about. So feel free to yap. If you have any questions, I really would like to hear them. This is like the perfect time for it. I would really, really love to hear it.
All right. Here's a good one for chat that may have seen it. We're getting close to actually having the games list and schedule out. Are there any runs that you were excited to see that were submissions that hopefully maybe make it through to game selection and make it to the proper schedule? That's what I'd like to know. I mean, I gotta stroke my own ego here. I'd really love to see some Breath of Fire too. My own run, of course. Yeah, well, coming back and forth to this version, it wasn't the best part of the DS version. Okay, I read that statement in a very awkward way that was not correct. Yeah, this is I think pretty notorious as like the low point of the DS version, especially the bonus dungeons. It's a lot less frustrating when you kind of break it up into segments like this, but if you decide to do these all in one
go at once, like a lot of people like do it after doing like all the bigger stuff.
Yep.
So
I think it just, the problem is it's just not clear that it's intended to be done in like segments throughout the game as like vignettes rather than one A to Z dungeon.
Yeah, so I did leave and re-enter. That sets a flag for this quest to actually start, is by leaving the entire area.
I mean, even as a kid, I felt that this was a bit tedious, and that's back when you know, when you're younger and still in school, you have the infinite time bug. You just have so much time, you don't know what to do with it. So it feels a little bit less awful. Nowadays, this would just like, oh man. If a game did this to me like as the standard play loop, I'd be like, nah, I'm good. Let's just play something.
Standard play loop, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would be so bad.
Just start the game and you're like 4 hours in, and they make you ping pong through a dungeon. Nah, I'm good. Not happening.
And with modern gaming,
nice.
like developers are very much a lot more understanding of like skipping cutscenes,
commitments,
and fast travel and everything. It's like,
yeah. If this was in a modern game, you get to the end and it'd be like, do you want to return to the exit? When you get done with the story thing and you go, yes.
Is like we've been talking a lot about Breath of Fire here. Like one of the things I really liked when playing them, because I literally just played them in the past, is that they did in fact put fast travel in those games, and in like that era, that's like super unheard of.
Oh yeah, the warp spells and stuff. Those are, oh man, that is such a good quality of life that like all games should have. And that's like the one downside. Like, you can seamlessly change between eras, but you still have to fly to your Oh, yeah, the guy, like, hanging off the edge of the bridge, like, I didn't really parse that correctly. I'm like, did they just put that dude in the wrong spot? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really interesting in walking back down this mountain versus, like, having the game go, you want to just return to the entrance? Yeah, it's a fair point for sure. Like,
Yeah.
if the thing is, if it's in the game, you can choose to use it. Like, there are plenty of people that will play Bethesda games, you know, Fallout or, you know, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, whatever the actual main title is, without fast travel, you know, to add complexity. But honestly, like, mainly what it is just a lot of trudging back and forth, and it doesn't necessarily add to the quality of the game. It just adds to the time you play it.
Oh, yeah.
So it depends on...
Gosh.
It really is determined by, like, what... At the end of the day, are you playing the game to just do something with your spare time, or are you playing the game because you want to find a fun gameplay loop? That is the big difference, though, is that for each person... Go ahead.
With those huge sandbox style games, yeah, just not doing fast travel in those. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
So, I would.
I think, like, yeah. If it weren't for that, I don't think Fallout 3 would have popped off as hard as it did if it didn't have fast travel. I think it would be a moderately successful game versus, like, skyrocketing Bethesda to another layer on top of that and their Elder Scrolls series. But it's definitely... I think the one thing at the end of the day is the bigger curse is that devs are kind of getting in the habit of trying to shotgun approach it and just, you know, oh, we'll put a bit of everything in and people find what they like. And that ends up breaking it in a different way. Game design is so weird, especially when you have corpos being like, look, bro, I bought your entire company. Like Dark Horse, I think the other day, their CEO got outed, and like they had a very successful gaming arm that got gutted, and then that was the end of that. But the gameplay balance from just like all of those, okay, you need to include this, doesn't make a game better. I don't know. Super tangent that was not well thought out.
You're fine.
Just talking to talk at this point.
Look, if this isn't Super Tangent the podcast, are we even doing the marathon run right?
I mean, with 8 hours, I get the feeling like if that doesn't happen, you may have been defrauded and your speed run was cheat.
Exactly.
If there was any place for a tangent, like this would be the exact place, you know.
I mean, what just happened? That verbal diarrhea is literally the experience we're dealing with right now. Where you're just kind of like, you get halfway through it and you're like, wait, what am I doing? I'm just walking in circles for fun. Wait, is this fun? Hold on a second.
It's so silly. Like this specific quest is not only the worst, it also gives you one of the best pieces of armor in the entire game as the reward.
Yeah, nothing
later.
Nothing like having the best carrot and stick possible. Ugh. You did mention that you routed this yourself. How long did it take you to get out of chest-itis and stop wanting to pick up like a lot of the chests that are just right next to you on your way by?
That's a tricky one. I don't.
Have you never were a loot goblin to begin with? Then maybe.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think
that would explain the.
I think it's a combination of like this isn't even the first. This is like the first RPG one where I've like seriously like Actually, that's not completely true. Let me just double check, make sure.
I know whenever I routed stuff, even if there was already an established route, I was the kind of person that would like, I just needed to check all the chests to be sure. Like, oh, that's just a potion, don't care. That's 100 coins. Do I care? I kinda do.
I just was... I just like pushing myself there.
Oh, that's right. We have to build this bridge. That's what all this nonsense is for.
Yeah, it's all to build the bridge. Yeah.
I love this super out of the place bridge too, because it's the bridge from the dungeon in the palace. It like just does not tonally look like it belongs in this area at all.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Yeah, it's starting to sink in how big this area actually is.
Mm-hmm. We're almost done with the back and forth part of this. With it.
Yeah, this is more or less like the casual experience too. You're like, right, I can go up and down once,
in this case,
twice,
it's straight
fine.
up force.
Yeah. Then you get to the third and fourth, you're like, this better be the last time, because I swear I'm gonna set this game on fire if I have to do it one more time. Oh, good old Office Space moment. Give me my stapler. I want my stapler. At least you can skip most of the fights so that this doesn't take an extra obnoxiously long time.
Yeah, there are two mandatory non-boss encounters coming up in this next segment. Actually, be wrong. I need to heal then swap in. So, to finish the bridge quest, we need to pick up. It's literally a banana, but it doesn't spawn until you go through the quest midway like that.
Banana.
The fun thing about it is that you can run away from the fight and it still gives you the item. So it's just best of the run.
I think the purple goo is like the closest to a new enemy. I think like it's only used in a few spots, if at all. Big frog.
Okay. So yeah, that specific tech is what I want to use here, because it one-shots that fight, and it also gets Luca some more tech points and experience and everything, because I want to still use her, and so now we gotta go back to that place we were just in. Now it's open and there's a boss at the end of it.
I do find it funny that we got Chrono back quite a few hours ago, and I don't think we've seen hide nor hair of him since.
I used him for Genodome. Other than that, not really.
Oh yeah.
There are still some other points where he will be used near the end of the run.
Gotcha.
Also, the other reason I wanted Luca in was to learn that, which will be important for the Black Omen, Double Bomb.
Bubble bomb.
In this next version, unfortunately, it's like very clearly typoed. The space is like very clearly typoed. To have like a V instead of the space.
When copy paste goes wrong.
We don't have to fight anything else. Just we have to run from a couple fights, or just they're just in the way. And I'm also here. I'm going to detour for a very important weapon, actually. That weapon is the Turbo Shot, and effectively, it like you could really just think of it as a swallow for Luca. So I don't think there's more to be said about it. And so I'll be from like a point onward, I do have to use Luca again, and that's gonna be the weapon of choice, and that's like the main reason we're not gonna see the Wonder Shot much at all.
Man, when you have a choice that's just strictly better, it's kind of hard to justify rolling the dice for no particular reason.
It is moreover that I don't need to invest as many speed tabs into Luca.
Yeah, makes sense, because there's only so many you can get your hands on, too. It's not like... They're not particularly scarce, but they're not exactly plentiful either.
Yeah, they are finite, effectively finite per like single playthrough.
Yeah. Luckily, since everything caps out at like 16, you don't necessarily need a huge amount of them for it to be impactful. One does a lot of heavy lifting on its own.
So this is unironically one of the most dangerous fights in the run. If I have to use a specific attack pattern to get out of this fight without any of my characters getting knocked out.
Blue Devil, Red Devil. Which shoulder do they belong on? Quick chat, tell me. I don't know which one to trust.
I think the only shoulders they'd fit on would be the Guardian.
Nice.
So here I actually pushed them both these boss enemies below half HP, so they're gonna dark matter, and then I have to kill the one on the left. His next attack is it's an attack that is used by. It's the same attack that's used by the second Portal Lavos, its strongest attack. So I do not want to see it. Whereas the one on the right just does a nice too. So.
Can you not just take one out at a time without pushing them below?
They have a gimmick where they will revive each other.
So I gotcha.
That's the other thing. That's why I did that specific.
Push them both to 50 so that you can kill and kill, so they don't have enough time to revive. Gotcha. Makes sense.
Actually, the accessory you get for like that accessory, the Valor Crest, is really good. But in this run, it's just not worth equipping. It's both a crit chance up and a counter chance for Ayla. So it's a really nice thing casually just to have like those like chances off, or like especially when you don't know what's gonna happen next in fights. So next I have to climb back up the mountain again, and then I have to climb up one more time. But But then we don't have to worry about climbing
When
this thing up
Uno
anymore.
Moss becomes once, twice, thrice, trice more, quadrice. Please stop! He's already dead! You know, thinking about it, it is quite ironic that the Mountains Are Nice guy gives us something. I'm fairly certain at this point he's a gaslighter. Because he's telling us mountains are nice, and our current experience is mountains are indeed not nice. He's a plant by the FBI.
Now, even with the breaks, I can tell my pace is definitely good at this point. Like the ideal pace is like under 6 hours clearing this area.
I mean,
Right.
you would be under 6 hours if it wasn't for that issue. The computer issues at the start kind of distracting you, and then also the wait, did I forget this sword? No, wait, I didn't. I didn't. Damn it, I did remember it, and I came back for a second helping.
Yeah, I've just been like this entire time, but I've been a little bit more careful, hence.
I mean,
at least checking.
no matter how many times I say it, it's like these speedrun, like in the name itself, can kind of imply that it is a sprint to the finish. And these are marathons. This is long, consistent pace, consistently paying attention, not necessarily like, all right, well, I'm going to optimize this fight by, doing these inputs in a second. Versus like, oh good, I did the wrong input, now that I'm attacking my own party member, the run's over. So learning those, take things one step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
We do also have the fun wrinkle today, specifically of we lost an hour of sleep this morning.
Oh,
At least
yeah.
I did. So that's fun.
That bucked me pretty hard too. Because that we had all those, we did a couple of pre-recordings yesterday off stream, and then on top of that, I had to do some organizational stuff for the content team. We were actually finalizing our additions, so we were also going through a hit list of things we wanted to do for our orientation meeting, quote unquote, which also is okay. What people do we want to interview? What what games would be good? What kind of things do we do for the save points to help keep us on schedule? So I had to have a meeting to have a meeting to have another meeting, as you do. my team meetings are like onions, just unilaterally. It's always one thing to the next layer to the next layer. Could be worse, I guess.
I think what helped me just be ready for it was that I just work at it. Like I recently got a job at a public school, so that has been helping with like that at least prepared me a little bit better to be ready for this.
True. It takes there's just so many different like pieces and parts. Like speedrunning itself is focus reliant, but there's also for events like this, unless you're just flying solo and they're just throwing you on the channel, so having some interaction can help kind of keep you awake too. Because I know days where like my chat's dead, I'm just like about ready to double over in pain and pass out on my desk. If I have even a slightly active chat, some days it's just so much easier to stay on the ball. You're like, please give me a reason to stay awake.
Yeah, I think this one's like the most nonsensical runaway that they could have possibly allowed to be a runaway. Like we're literally surrounded and we can run from them. That just makes
surrounded on a bridge, no less.
So here I equipped Sardian leathers, and then I want the silver stud back on Halo, so because this upcoming boss there are also 2 targets, and I also need to, and there's just not enough MP to kill them both without healing or equipping a stud.
Gotcha.
Did also grab a chest on the way that had 5,000 in it. One of the like real rewards that you get is probably a better reward than slightly better reward than what accessory you get is that the new opens a shop, and the shop upgrades when the area is fully cleared, and the what is being sold in the shop is really good.
Oh yeah, so there are some games that have like those shops like that can be really good. Unfortunately, most of the time they just take way too much time to set up. But when you have to, by the rule of the category, I'm sure at this point you're like drowning in money that you just have not spent on anything for the last several hours, huh?
I actually even realized I could bypass some chests that had money in them. Actually heal it, I guess she got like a bit of ATV on running away.
Oh yeah, the Ghost Knights.
This guy's gonna Luminaire at the start. I want to knock out the his little buddy on the left.
Minion. Just 6,000 damage, don't worry about it. Good grief.
Yeah, that guy on the left has reduced defense. His lower defense and like the standard defense that enemies have. So that is a factor here.
I do love bosses that have like less defense or 0 defense. I always find those to be particularly interesting.
Oh, that was perfect. So now nobody's gonna get knocked out, but I have to think I have to change. Like I have to use either Robo or Rob to do this next spin strike. So because this guy's gonna counter everything.
I just my brain is so broke seeing like these high damage numbers. I guess I just always thought it was like 999 for some reason because of your max HP. Forgetting about
not this game.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I should have remembered that because you have the bronze fist that crits for 9,999.
Yes, you do.
Hey, look, they made statues of us while we were murdering that guy. Who was he?
So you get a badge with the champion's badge is an upgrade to the hero's badge for Frog. But the shop here, right? 2 mega elixirs, as you can buy them now. 2 pieces of dragon armor and a red dress. The dragon armor is an upgrade to the dragon head, but it's much better as an armor.
Because you got better helmets like prisms.
And yeah, it's got a strength plus 10 bonus on it.
I guess you could double dip if you wanted to. But yeah, the prism helms and the haste helm. Yeah, the helm slots got really cooked gear just because some really strong stuff.
Tight dress, magic plus 10 on that. Speed ring. I'm not going to want speed ring just yet. Go out for Luca. So now it's finally time to go to Black Omen.
Got a couple hours left. We might as well knock this out too.
I have to do this now. The final areas of the dimensional vortexes only unlock once you beat the game.
Zeo.
And
okay.
Beating Lavos, and so we do have to sit through the ending and everything to unlock all that. But after that, we'll be headed to the.
I'd say that's a very welcome break, but that's like 6 to 7 hours into the run.
Yeah, it is.
You know, just a little bit of damage. Don't worry about it. Good grief.
Come on, Frog to just be slower for a little bit. And that's I actually did forget to equip that, so okay. Just heal.
I do remember the reptile dress is like a slightly better prism dress, or exactly
No, it's magic plus 10, and
oh, okay, makes sense.
so it's boosting the damage of the attack I just did against Mega Mutant.
Gotcha. These guys. Well, gone. See you later. Mr. Chicken Legs.
Alright. So, fortunately, we do have the dreaded elevators coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not dreaded because, like, they're just time waste for, like, extra encounters. You can't... Also, these enemies you can charm speed capsules, but I am not doing that because I have enough... I'm good on...
Just don't need any more, yeah.
I don't need to charm anymore.
Yeah, because everybody's like already, from what I've observed, like 13 plus speed, which means they're just a few off max anyway.
That was good luck with that first enemy.
It's like once you start getting to the top end, the returns are diminishing. They're not non-existent, just not as big. Some of these fights are so funny because they just like you get caught in these situations where you're like, what? It looks like they'll just let you walk past and then you get caught anyway.
Mm-hmm. Bleeding time getting into the menu. So I was really hoping I would get 0 or 1. Like 0 or 1's ideal, and it's just like a little bit pleasing to see the to just get 0 or 1 because the oh my gosh, I got all that's really
Oh, yeah, that's right. The encounters here are random as to whether they're going to occur, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eating up my poor girl, Ayla. It's messed up, man.
I won't spoil like why exactly I was mentioning that, but I'll definitely I'll say when we get to the point about the route. Oh, eh. I think that was like the only fight skip I missed in here so far.
I remember that being another charm fight too. Can't remember what it was you got out of it though.
I think you can just straight up charm those for Mega Elixirs.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess like in practice you probably only need to charm like 1 or 2, but wording is a problem.
Plus there's like Mega Elixirs and chests here too. Okay, that was probably the fastest I've seen that. Something. The first one that both the eyes of the enemies were shut, and you can't go past them when their eyes are open, otherwise you get an encounter. So the second one, I actually got them to shut their eyes very quickly.
Yeah.
There are 4 deep capsules and chests along the way here, so
I guess all the more reason to not bother charming them if you can get them guaranteed, and it's like an extra second of movement at most. Especially when you're going to run from the fight anyway. Whoa. Man, these skips are really clean.
Oops. So just use the elixir then. Okay. I'm gonna max out Lucas' speed.
Star! Hey. Thank you for the raid, Recodectlas. Hey, Raiders. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Currently in the end game of a 100% all bosses, all widgets, all digits, all fidgets Chrono Trigger DS run to add in all those bonus dungeons and bonus bosses. Still have some things left that are only in the DS because we need to finish the game to get access to one of those dungeons. Yep, something like that. And also, Kiraram08, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Helps keep the event going. Gives us the funds to put on the event and get it all set up so we can do the good work for charity. Nah.
And I think this is nearing the point where I'm gonna have to run away from the last fight in the Black Omen. I think I'm already at the point where I probably need to run away. Now that's 5 encounter elevators. That's really unfortunate. This is the reason I wanted Robo in the run as the party leader position, so I can start using Double Bomb to hit a bunch of these fights with it and just knock them out.
Nice, nice. I do love how these enemies like disappear in combat, and then there's a cutscene after the battle to like delete them and make even more fanfare about them breaking.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
We're seeing a lot of this little fella.
Now, this is the last mutant. It goes Mega, then Giga, then Terra. I actually have to do a backup one or two because I think I meant to. I think I just was supposed to equip the haste helm on Robo before this fight. Just try to make sure that heal didn't go off. But yeah.
Hey, cool, let's flare the ultimate black magic. Oh, wait, wrong series.
Oh, I did a big oops.
Wrong party?
No, I forgot to equip the silver earring.
Time to pay
This
with
is the
your
point where I
lifeblood.
want to equip it.
Oh, for the purple tech?
For Robo.
I see, I see.
Well, it's gonna take a bit longer to in this fight.
You have to use an ether or something at some point.
I think it should be okay, provided everybody survives. But it's only supposed to take like 4 attacks, not 5, because of silver earring.
Gotcha.
You need to run away, because I need to run away because I don't want Frog to level in this encounter. Frog really needs to stay on this level. so I don't run into trouble later.
Is it for like turn order or something that you want to skip the level?
I'll explain when we get to it.
Gotcha.
So yeah, oh, change spell speed, but should be all right. So like unlike the recent fights, I learned Flare. Flare is the end of the tech point route for the run because it allows me to learn Frog Flare here, and so we basically get another damage spike. And also, we can defeat Queen Zeal's first phase without her attacking a second.
Good grief. Just, 6,000 damage. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. So I can do Frog Flares for free on Mana Machine next. But then I'm gonna need to heal to set up for the next fight.
Those are mega elixirs we bought like 2 hours back.
Also, yeah, if they fixed the death animation here, so the Mana Machine actually
Disappears.
has the proper boss death animation. Yeah. Okay, so this fight, to explain what's going to happen, I'm going to use a very specific combination of attacks, and I need to get my inputs as quickly as I can to make sure I get enough damage in before Halation comes out, so I can Frog Flare Queen Zeal and kill her. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to focus on it.
Gotcha. Nothing quite as fun as watching a highly executed boss fight.
So Frog is a little bit behind. Okay.
Burning Frog, go! Jeesh. Well-rounded boss fight makes it seem like it's a child's play.
Importantly, being at 1 HP sets me up for the Lava Shell Gauntlet. actually recently rerouted this Gauntlet fight to cut out a couple menus, so hopefully it goes over well here. Been a little slow here. Oh my gosh. That is not. Oh my gosh, dude.
Uh-oh.
This is salvageable, it's just slow.
Can't min-max on the frog squashes anymore now.
Nah, I was gonna. I need to heal at some point anyway. It's not the end of the.
Oh.
It's just. It was just slow.
Frog squash is one of those attacks. The gimmick is like it does more damage the less HP you have versus your max, right?
Yes.
What's the slowest way to fight the final boss? Just don't worry about it. Do everything again.
So now, here's where Chrono comes back in. A little bit. Okay, this is the phase that I'm hoping to see something nice of it. Okay. I wasn't expecting to see an actual fire barrier. Like, I haven't gotten that in so long. It's been kind of ridiculous.
I'm to hot toad it. Oh, wow. The like slight amount of pixels between the body and the eyes is super obvious with this background. That's funny.
With having Chrono, and there was a chance of seeing Delta Storm.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I just have to not bleed ATB here. Should be good to go. Oh, a little bit closer than I hoped. There we go. Other than the Guardian phase where I just had too much ATB and then things went wrong, I think it was fine. Now the prism on everybody, and this is fine. Okay, this is the one mandatory save in the one. This is like the only spot where you actually have to save.
Okay.
So when I said I needed to make sure Frog's on 42, it is for this fight. Is with what we've seen, actually I need to reset. I just realized Frog isn't. I didn't use that last week. Let me just try that. My bad. I just like completely. I just caught
Is
it
that
right
meta
there.
cooler?
Like that actually is gonna matter on this fight, and I do not want
Same artist, so maybe it is meta cooler. Can't remember if this was before or after that movie.
Yeah, I don't want that to be a problem, so I gotta make sure logs that.
I mean, you got the save right there. It's not that big of a struggle.
But yeah, essentially Frog at level 42, just with the helm and everything, just it's not into critical for Fog Flare to do its maximum damage output.
Palma, Piccolo, and Android 16 look a bit different. Nice. This is what happened after the TV version of Dragon Ball Super. That's why they look like that. They won't look like this on the Blu-ray version.
So here I'm actually going to intentionally get hit by the strongest attack from Lavos, and then I'm going to heal Robo up and finish the fight.
Set up strong frog flares again.
Yeah, set up more Frog Flare.
I'll ask, I guess I'll ask once you finish the final phase so you can focus. Good old Florida weather letting itself be known before the run's over.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is like intended to look like some sort of alien with a single eye, but my face like always sees kind of a dog's snout and head.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm looking at the center part of the alien. I get like very Emperor Gestalt vibes. That's the easiest way to put it.
Alright, what is the center doing? Okay.
He's leaning on the bell. Yeah, I'm one of those people that like constantly like definitely does not see what the artist intends. I'm like looking at the I Spy magical picture book upside down and sideways. So I guess we just loop the center two, the center and the left one off with frog flares.
We're gonna loop them all, so they don't get attacks out.
Nice.
So yeah, the warp was just guaranteed being over because I'm looping it such that
You prevented it from taking a
they
turn
didn't-
anyway, so now it's
Yeah.
caught in an infinite loop as long as you don't run out of AP. Basically, as long as you
As
remember
long
to
as I
like
don't
ether or
wanna
whatever,
MP,
you're
yeah.
good. Nice.
There we go. That was lava score down. So
GG.
at this point, if things go perfectly, there's less than an hour in the run. So
Say it ain't so. Over so soon? Dang.
I will not go turn the lights off. Wait, no.
You don't have to go home,
Thank
but
you.
you can't stay here.
That'll be tricky. I think all of us are at home right now.
This is not the home you're looking for. Wait, that's wrong too.
Oh, yeah, I do have to sit through the standard ending.
Yeah, it was since we're in an ending break. What I was going to ask is what drew you to Frog Squash / Frog Flare? Because like casually, I found it. You know, obviously, I didn't really realize it was based on your HP versus your max, but I would see that is a bit inconsistent and dangerous. Outside of like
I
obviously
think
seeing it work fine, like go ahead.
Yeah, it is definitely not something that if you're not aware of like exactly how much damage you're gonna take from an attack, it's a lot more difficult to use. And that's why I was very strict on Frog's level. Frog has to be level 42 there.
Were you always using Frog Squash and Frog Flare, or is this an evolution after some route testing?
It was actually an evolution off of like the original idea, which really was the Frog Halo Robo team.
Gotcha.
I just realized that it was possible to route in because I still needed Luca for Black Omen and stuff. And so I routed it in, and then I realized like with like the levels with like the experience route, it just worked out extremely well.
Interesting.
But other than that, before I like even ran the game, Frog Flare was my favorite attack in the game.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I tried it a few times, missing out on the low HP threshold thing, and being like, this move is dog shit. I don't like it.
Just saw the cat again. But I mean, what's not to like about a giant frog taking up the entire screen? It's amazing.
At its weakest,
Fair.
you're literally just boosting the damage of Flare. So that's at its weakest. It's such a different attack from other attacks in the game.
Yeah. I was one of the herd. I was the Luminaire spammer. I'm not a very inventive individual. What can I say? I mean, it's gotta stink that the Luminaire animation is like cripplingly long compared to some of the other attacks in the game. You get that slow rise.
It's definitely a longer one. There, like I've done all endings one, right? Like I talked about it earlier, and it is used there because you actually need it.
Gotcha.
And even then, I minimize how many times I have to use it.
Yeah. I mean, if we're optimizing how long it takes a character's normal attack to get to an enemy, I have a feeling that Luminaires get hitting the cutting room floor as much as possible. It's a dead cat again! I guess it was Chrono's cat. This thing's just all over the place. Oh no! Well, now he's got a stake in the fight.
And that absolutely will not be explored in the sequel.
Yep. This is just forgotten. Just forgotten. It's kind of criminal that this game really didn't have a direct sequel. It's kind of had the Chrono Cross, which is, I'd say, closer to like a spiritual successor, because the combat system really doesn't line up at all either. There's just some very vague, tenuous relations with like characters. That's about it. Not to say Chrono Cross is a bad game or anything. It's just not the same as Chrono Trigger. But reaching the bar that Chrono Trigger set is not easy. It's a very good game that has the package, just the whole package.
There's one like variation off the standard thing that does happen here because of the fact that I had to defeat Magus the second time. You get the change to the ending for Frog.
Oh yeah, changes how Frog's ending plays out. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it'll show up shortly.
Probably the last time people will see it for another decade. It's such a rare interaction that's like not beneficial. Take a harder fight that yields me half of the reward, or skip the fight and get both rewards. Dude, the idea of getting full wiped at Dalton is a pretty dismal one. I'd rather eat it by falling down a flight of stairs than being beaten in Mortal Kombat by Dalton. Hey, is that the hero from Dragon Quest?
Oh my gosh.
What's the Zenthian children doing here?
And chat, if you have any questions, this is another good time for them. Unless if like there's one to be like an ad break. There's like you have the ending, then it actually like after every ending it goes to like the
this is like
this version.
This is pure. I'm gonna open up a Reddit thread. You guys, AMA, come on, get to it.
I mean, it's so rare that we actually get to see the full credits in any of these runs. So this is a nice change of pace. This is a change of pace, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the whole time this was running in the background during the marathon, we were running around doing a billion other things, so even then we couldn't pay attention.
So when did you first start routing this?
So the thought of it really was from an offhand comment. I think that happened watching one of Puexo's streams, and so the thought just stuck with me. of just like, how would you like go through this without Magus? And so I just extended it to including all the other stuff as well, because I just felt it would fit a lot better, and like not just be like an arbitrary rule or anything. So it really started then, I think. And it just I like sometimes, because like I'm somewhat ADHD, sometimes I just can't stop thinking about something. And so it really went from there. And it was like after I like did like my first like little bit, because like I first like played like just in like the any percent category for this game on this version. Um,
So the main nexus was just like trying to figure out how to do this without all characters, but still do everything else. Because I guess
mhm.
Magus is like kind of the nexus of a lot of the good triple techs and stronger
Uh,
team builds, huh?
yeah, a nexus for like getting to a stronger team builds more than like just
Yeah.
being able to get to stronger team builds in a sense. So it was like like to really explain it, it's the like the standard routing. When you have him, like you can literally just have him solo like the Rainbow Shell quest fights and everything, due to his Doom equipment. And so not being able to do that is definitely something that just allowed me to think about what other options were there, if you don't have access to specifically that later on. So and so like I think I something that I felt is good. It's probably improvable.
I mean,
It's
it is
also
very unique. It's like a lot of the fights and strats that I've seen, I don't feel like I've seen anywhere else. And it's just
there has been I did not like I individually had this conclusion, and yet there has been the use of a frog route by the Japanese runner Rupon 2525, using mostly like quite a few similar strategies. It's just in that case frog's much like very under level compared to in this run, and so it's not as adequate to use like frog, like to get to frog flare or something like that.
gotcha.
So you just don't do something like that.
It is interesting to see like the use of kind of somewhat manipulable things like that.
And I've done like one like all quest run with a route very similar to his. I just like that was like my only like single run of the category so far.
It's a thing.
But like the use of spin strike was done there too, and I didn't realize it was done there for a long time. So yeah, now these are the dimensional vortexes that open. So I have to save to make sure they're open now, and now we can just proceed onward to them.
And then the saves. Yeah, that's what I thought. Save is needed because it puts you here.
Yeah, it puts
outside
you
the
right
boss.
back, right back outside of the final boss. Yeah. So, There has been featured the dimensional vortex before, but the routing I will, at least for the PC version, but the routing I'm going to be doing is the exact opposite order that was done for like routing that has been done before. Because in those runs they really wanted to get the Apocalypse on and just use that. And so in this case, it's not worth it to do that, and it's much better to go to the present one, the present dimensional vortex first.
I mean, 7 hours in, just the high roll and the Apocalypse arm seems a bit absurd, yeah.
Yeah. The task I talked about, like, since it was just all bosses, it actually like fights the final bosses early, so it can abuse the Apocalypse arm a lot more, and that's the real reason I didn't want to use it or anything. Because it just didn't feel fun. Like, that's like the real thing. I just didn't feel fun.
Got you.
So, to explain what's going on here, since it put me on the Genodome conveyor, it before you get to like the main area, you go through like 5 areas you've been to already, and it's out of a set of 8 of them for each like era for these dimensional vortex locations, and so most of the options pick Genodome. It's faster not to get Genodome, but it's not the. It's just better. It's just better to go through it, the conveyor, if you get it. There is a list of like all the options, and I just like I'm pretty sure I have them in my notes, so I could just double check. What is cute is like when you do get the prison area like that, and then you can just show off other characters just knocking out the guards. It's actually a neat little thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say they must have had to make most of those specials since Chrono's the one that's usually supposed to do that. All these like the sounds when you like change map where it's like I forgot those were even a thing. Hold on, let me charge up my time travel device.
Okay,
oh boy,
so
the crown. I forgot what this
yeah, the crown. That's why I came. That's why I rushed. This is a guaranteed master's crown, that chest, which has an innate sunglasses bonus, which will allow me to use like deal a lot more damage with Robo, and these enemies right here are just like in your face, but if one-shotting them, it's not that much longer than running away. And they give a lot of experience. So we'll just be doing that.
Just a little bit of power leveling at the end.
Nice. And there's another level that I need to hit for my characters, so.
Oh, okay.
However, those enemies those green rats are still those green rats who literally are max speed. And I had to heal Robo because they hit Robo.
Yeah, to answer your question, this and one other dungeon are exclusive to the DS version, which is why we're showcasing this specifically, because it hasn't been in a game before or since the DS version. Because Square likes to remove all the extra content, regardless of whether it's fun or not. I'd like the option to say yes or no.
Yeah, that's something I'm not sure. Like if they do a full remake of this, like whether or not they keep this stuff in or not.
I mean, it's a frustrating part with the Pixel remasters too. Like they just yanked out the extra dungeons, and it's like, I mean, yeah, I mean they weren't part of the original game, but they're kind of like legacy content at this point. Removing them is weird.
This area literally is to trying to just lower the level of the lava. Instead of just running around in a circle just because you're doing that.
I remember some of the good gear could be a bit random because it was tied to which map, and the maps aren't 100% consistent. Or that might just be my lack of understanding how this dungeon works.
Oh no, you're actually right, but that's for one specific piece of equipment. All the others are in fixed are like
always
aren't
appear
like completely random. Yeah, they'll
it's like,
always
I think it's
appear.
Luca's weapon, I want to say.
No, it's a helmet called the Angel's Tiara, which appears in like the random
segments where it kind of just loads up different
Yeah,
maps.
it appears in the random segment of the next portal I'm going to go to.
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh.
Oh, gotta get that 9 back for the Crisis Arm.
Yeah. Otherwise, I don't think you can one-shot them. They got a little bit higher defense than normal, so...
Gotcha.
Let's swap the order. This. I know I had it, I just didn't know where it went. Almost made that mistake before, but I actually need the dragon armor on Robo for this fight.
Oh, so this is why the silver earring was so important, to have him hit max so that you could always get that 9 at the end. As long as he's filled up.
Yeah, from like after the Terror Mutant onward, I need the silver earring on Robo.
The joke boss is back.
So
Wow.
yeah, the damage is getting really, really powerful right now. However, I have to watch it.
Painting 8K on a dual tech. Wow.
But yeah, Crisis Arm with the Beast Toss move just it's ridiculous. So
Gotcha. Golden sour grapes.
I have to make sure I knock out Dalton there because his next move will be a dark matter and it's actually going to result in a party wipe, and I do not want that. So
Yeah, I remember the stuff in here starts hitting kind of ridiculously hard, so that without like the proper setup, you just get nuked.
Yeah, you pretty much just get nuked from at this point, which is why I have like these setups that I'm starting to do.
Which is why like the black and white plates were so important, so they can absorb the light or dark element depending on what you're dealing with.
Yes, absolutely.
Win Chrono. There's 2 times.
This is the real fight I need the white plate for. Because this guy hits very hard on his magic attacks.
Yeah, that's a little bit redonk. It's nice that we have the shield items so that we can reduce the magic damage with them.
And I also gave Ayla plus 29 to magic defense. That's how serious I'm taking this.
No, we really didn't like use it too much throughout the run, but that's what the green aura is a defensive aura that reduces magic damage.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that like often can get used on Magus to make that fight a little bit safer.
It's just in case. Well, he might not do it now. In case the start Chrono Luminaires, I healed Ayla right there. Okay. Alright, no Luminaire. So okay. Normally I'm not expecting Chrono to survive, but he has the green dream on just in case.
He did just about get bingoed with that rend, though.
Yeah, and Luminaire would one-shot Chrono. Like Ayla and Robo will survive. It's just Chrono doesn't.
You get the stats from the Earthbound Dream sequence.
It's kind of similar to that. Yeah, I didn't think about that until you just mentioned it.
I've played too much of the EB randomizer recently that I like just put 2 and 2 together at this exact moment. I find it super interesting that like our HP and MP management is so good that we're not like just sheltering every time we get a chance. We go out, we only heal the specific thing we need to, and then move on.
Yeah, I only heal when I need to.
Yeah, I guess with a frog strat, you kind of have to do it that way. Yeah,
it's not just there. I heal when I have to. That's like most important thing is just healing when I have to. Otherwise, I'd just be using like too many shelters, and I already bought like 20, like midway through the run.
I mean, aren't they like dirt cheap though? They're like
they are very cheap. It's just using them is just also like more time.
Slow.
Just
fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm used to like the Final Fantasy one where you use a tent and it's like a 10-second animation. You know, versus like a real quick HP MP up, done. Just seems like the animation would be a lot faster to the point where it's not that big of a deal, but if you say so. I'll take the runner's opinion on this more than my uninformed, arithmetically acclaimed opinion. Simultaneous live stream on YouTube? Yeah, we do actually have. If you're talking about like for the actual event, we do, I believe, simul stream on YouTube, and we're doing it right now as well. There's only a few times where we don't simul stream on YouTube, and that's been early on when I didn't have the setup for it. Now we shouldn't really have that issue.
Oh.
Or if it's a community event, we leave that up to the community if they want to do that or not.
I'm silly and I made another mistake with this room. Not to do this.
What is it about this area? We've had to redo this from. We've done this from 4 times this run instead of 2.
It's just me.
No. I just find it funny. Obviously, it's like we're 7.5 hours in, and that's just looking at the timer. You know, not including the short pre-show we had, as well as the couple of breaks we've thrown in there as well. I just find it funny that it's been that room specifically that's been the white whale this run.
Yeah, it has been. And sometimes, like, this is another funny one where they want you to actually go in reverse.
Yeah, we every one of these Sunday shows we should have the dual stream on YouTube as well. Same thing with our main event. The only thing, like I said, would be community events. Like we have a Dragon Quest event coming up in a bit, and I have a feeling they'll just be streaming on Twitch. But pretty much everything is on both now at this point. We have no reason not to.
Yep, if it's an official RPG Limit Break stream, it'll be on both. There are plenty of community events that we're glad to partner with to also give them time on the channel. The Final Fantasy Randomizer has at least one event every week. As Sid mentioned, we've also got a couple of big things coming up in the next couple of months. So But they have not, as yet, requested any access to streaming on our YouTube channel. They just want the Twitch. So, currently.
And then here's the other going in reverse room in this section. I forgot they were back to back in that one. But now here's the unused track. They put it in this special area.
We did. This has been asked a few times, not on this particular stream, but in general. Completely unrelated to Chrono Trigger, but when's the Tales of event? I've asked that community. I think we're lucky when we get individual Tales of runs. That community doesn't seem to have a lot of interest or activity, despite me poking my nose in there a few different times. But if a community wants to, we will do the best that we can to help facilitate that, even if it requires some of us getting involved to help organize things and or restream things like that.
I mean, and we do showcase the games every time. Like last week was a Tales of Grace's F remastered run, so you can go and find that VOD on the YouTube channel if you'd like to watch it. And we have a couple others that we've done within the last year, I think.
Yeah.
So the
other one was. Go ahead.
The optimal way through this area actually gets you right next to the best piece of armor from Magus. It takes no time to actually get the best armor if you have him. It was right over there. It's called the Shadow Plume Robe. It's kind of another ridiculous piece of armor that they have in the game.
I mean, almost all of the bonus items in this game are game-breakingly strong. Just no cap, is absolutely the truth. Some more so than others, for sure.
This room has a set of capsules, and these are the last capsules I need for the run. I'm actually cutting my movement very particularly there to avoid an encounter from an encounter trigger.
I mean, that snowdrift is kind of hard to see where there's what's going on. Doesn't seem to be a lot of easy ways to skip the fights, at least with a visual cue or anything.
That fight right there is another really high EXP fight that you can fight, that you can do for experience, and I would one-shot using Frog Flare, but since I had the Genodome situation, I don't need to do that.
I think this would be more of a question for you, Fox, but someone in the YouTube chat's asking, what's the most broken thing you can do in Chrono Trigger, or that makes speed runs a lot easier than they would otherwise if you weren't using it? Seems to be there's quite a few.
That can be, overpowered items, or it could be glitches, or, whatever,
Yeah.
Wherever on that axis you want to talk about. Any fun sequence breaks that the enemy percent route has? We haven't had a lot of glitches in this run, because it's obviously been a pretty straightforward 100%, and now we've added, and now going into a lot of the DS content and such.
A lot of what we've seen is Magus is a linchpin for very strong party formations. So this run has to operate on a different axis and use a lot of different techs that normally wouldn't get seen, or weapons that wouldn't really see as much use, like the Crisis Arm here. Boosts Robo's physical damage when he's at HP value ending in 9, which is why we're keeping him maxed out here. That plus the Beast Toss here just does redonk damage. There's also things like the Apocalypse Arm, but that's a dice roll. It's like a 30% for a crit that does 9,999. Surely it does a lot of damage, but also you can theoretically be in the fight forever until you die.
I was waiting for Marley to use ice too. And yeah, that 3 hits.
Nice.
For whatever reason, like the Chrono fight is expected to be like the most difficult one, and he has more defense and magic defense than the other two. And
the only
and just
downside. Go ahead.
And with the setup, it's stronger. I think really just gets stronger. That's it.
Gotcha. I think like the only downside of all of these bonus dungeons and stuff is that a lot of the gear centralizes around the main 3, Cloud, Marl, and Luca. And then they also get a stat buff when you finish it. Am I really that tired? Did I really?
7.5 hours.
Yeah.
Do you know where your brain cells are?
I was hoping
not in
not
my
to see
head.
this area. This is the longest, like, of the randomized areas that you could get, and it's like drawn out from the fact that they're the green rats again.
Let's just
walking away.
He's got the same spiky hair. I'm just colorblind. What can I say? It's the fabled Final Fantasy VII remake. That's what this is. There's like a Chinese bootleg of Final Fantasy VII that's on the NES, which is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I can guess with some certainty that it doesn't look as good as this.
No, it doesn't. And it doesn't play as good as this either. It fails on every axis that a video game should succeed in. That's the easy way to put it.
I was right. Okay. This is the quiz area, and that was like the one question. I just was like, wait, I don't remember this one. Just had to think about it.
Quiz areas are fun. I don't like that the thing standing between you and the doorway is a child. Mostly because it feels like it would be too easy to punt the child out of the way. But...
We're just waiting for the cat to show up again. That's all this is. I wouldn't say the Final Fantasy VII NES is a good bootleg. I would say it's an interesting bootleg. There's only so much you can do with the NES combat system.
The chat was really pleased with the option for the true name to be Alphador, which I think just sounds like a pasta sauce.
There is a question about Alphador in there, and like the set of quiz questions, by the way. Alphador's Magus's cat. So,
is he the one that pulls the lever?
Maybe. I think that's that might be the joke.
Alphador is like purple.
I could have sworn I remembered him being purple, but maybe that's it's either Chrono's cat or Alphador. But the thing is, Alphador gets sucked into the time portal too, if I remember correctly. So I don't know. This game kind of just does whatever it wants, and you're left to pick up the pieces. You have to interpret what the devs meant.
Alphador's in the village after like the disaster in 12,000.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
So like if you walk in there with Magus, the Alpha Lord like runs up to him. So this is a safety save because this next area, for whatever reason, they thought to put another stealth area in. So
Oh yeah, the worst, like flat out the worst area in this game.
yeah.
Like going back up and down the mountain is miserable, but this, nah, I'm good.
I definitely understand not wanting like in this area. Like this area, I probably. Oh, I've definitely spent a lot of time practicing this area because I'm gonna be doing a strat that does in fact look scary, but as long as I do it correctly, I should be fine.
Does the map help with this at all? Since it is technically a maze?
The map doesn't really help.
Update. Okay.
It's not. It's not this part. It's the next part where we have to like go back through this through that little stealth area.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. That really is only set up so that you can see what's going on one way. Designers, please.
I just like held the A button too long. The password for that is bulb. You're supposed to find the note. I just need to be disciplined because I didn't do that correctly. So you can just run right past this one, and then just when that one shows up, just start going further. Okay. All right. So like I did swap Chrono in for this part, and also like during like the previous segment to be able to use Falcon Strikes for some of the fights that can show up that you can't run away from. And also because it gives me this party for what I need to do next, which is which is what I like to call the Gauntlet. Like it is straight up a gauntlet of fights, 5 fights in a row, and you want your a good party for it if you can help it. So this little area here is a maze.
At least it's not just cut and paste from previous areas of the game and stitched together with a entrance randomizer.
And I went a little bit further from where I need to be to pick up that armor called the Regal Plate, which has a +10 to stamina and magic defense, which I need for the final fight. Importantly, I need to make sure Robo's in the front. It should be good to go here. And so when I talked about evasion like 4 hours ago with Dalton, this is the part where I need to make sure I use a double tech. These enemies, all of them have very high evasion at this point. with the exception of the last one, really, just that enemy I have to double bomb to kill. And also, I need to like conserve MP. Just so the last fight goes well.
And there's so many dual techs I haven't even seen. I don't know if I ever used some of these in vanilla. I guess I'm just as bad as everybody else. I like got into a set of like 2 or 3 parties and just kind of stuck with it. Didn't really branch out enough.
Yeah, so this is the most bulky normal enemy in the entire game. So this is where the frog flare comes out. So those guys have boosted defense and other stuff, and they have 10,000 HP. So extremely bulky.
Bulky boy.
One more round of stealth, unfortunately. But that last one just lines up so you can just run right past.
If you were right, this is just a gauntlet.
Now we're almost at the end of this area. This is the longest area. So I will also mention that the Apocalypse Arm this is where you get it. The rough thing about trying to go for the Apocalypse Arm is that you're pretty much hard committed into all of these fights. So, like once you get it, you have to do that gauntlet, that 5-stage gauntlet fight.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So I guess another route would like bum rush beating the game to get the Apocalypse Arm and then do everything else with it, or would it still be done in this order?
I like originally didn't allow it, but it depends on like if you get manip or not. Because sometimes I actually question whether or not it's worth it outside of like a full game manip, and it'd just be so long to properly hold a full game manip. So it'd be like really tricky, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I mean, like every time I look up Earthbound, I see that they push the minute further and further and further. And
I made a mini mistake. I forgot to put one piece of armor on Robo.
Ubi clip video codec. Yeah, this is what we use to turn our movies into 144p.
Okay. Yeah, I needed the dragon armor on Robo because I'm not worried about the attack as long as the attacks from the Dark Luca fight here. we're gonna we're just gonna be able to two-shot.
Man, they really like these two missed attacks.
Alright. So I just straight up take out the Luca first before going after the
drone.
little robot buddy that was called.
No, not my MP.
I have an extra mega elixir, so I was able to just toss one there. The one thing I'm not as fond of is that Luca just gets like the best buff.
Yeah.
Compared to everyone else.
Actually,
she gets speed +3, magic +5. It's kind of a lot for finishing that fight.
it just occurred to me, we've fought Specchio like once. I guess he doesn't have like multiple entries in the bestiary, just the one.
He does. He just doesn't count as a boss. Bestiary doesn't count him as a boss. That's the little
okay. That's even funnier, actually. He just doesn't count. Poor guy.
Okay. Target's one level higher than he should be, but I think it's not. I guess calculate. Heal frog and
So the boss that we just fought is a bonus boss in the dungeons that you can only access in the DS version after you've cleared the game. Each one ends with one of the dark versions, so Luca, Chrono, or Marl, depending on which time
and after
you
you finish all three, you talk to your time at the end of time, and you get access to the super boss.
Yeah, so you, instead of the pot bringing you to Lavos, it brings you to Dream Devourer, or Dream Devourer, if you're actually wanting to pronounce it properly. But yeah, this is all bonus content that only exists in the DS version, because Square just loves to scalpel out any sort of extra content they may have added. Whether it was bad or good, they just take it out no matter what. Just kind of frustrating. Yeah. So it leads to having to get these old versions.
It's just that the arena got scrapped after this. That portal, I never mentioned that portal that's like right there in the time. That extra one is the one that allows you to just go right to the arena.
Go back. Yeah. The arena's like an interesting like side area, but it's not.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's like raising a monster and getting it to fight other
like Chow Garden or something like that. You have to squint real hard.
I do feel like there's one monster, like at the top tier monsters, that's better than all the others, but
yeah,
like
I think there is like the S++ monster, and then everything else.
Yeah. The one I'm thinking of, like literally, just is like, I can click slow, and slow is just extremely overpowered in the arena. and everything else is like somewhat medium.
Slow and haste are just they're really good in the entire game in general. We don't get access to slow, so we just go the other direction and use haste. That's very red.
Okay.
Nice deep purple red. What you get is a red frog for your problems. Oh, that does gravity damage. That's perfect. This is such a silly combo. I'm just gonna go crit frog spam. Get wrecked, idiot.
Potion for safety on frog. Because this attack can do a lot. And here I'm gonna frog squash. Because I went to the next stage of the fight. Dream Devour counters with that attack. Now I'm gonna revive and heal everyone up. And doing that just allows it to lower its defense a second time, and doing so reduces its defense to 0, and so now we're doing that much damage.
Chat currently having a discourse about what the Chrono Cross is. I agree. Chrono Cross is the friends we made along the way. Absolutely correct. Hey, look, it's 669! Ha ha ha! It made the funny number! My brain is melted.
Get ready on time.
Standing by.
And
Again! Nice!
Woo! Congratulations!
Underestimate. GG, man.
Chat, very carefully, give me some of your favorite emotes. No more than 1 or 2, because otherwise Nightbot will probably time you out, apparently. But
yeah, YouTube Nightbot is a dictator, man. I think Twitch Nightbot's not as bad.
maybe, I think they're balanced the same. I don't know. We'll ask the people who set them up. Good job.
Yeah, that little quirk is just manipulating Dream Devour's attack script to just lower its defense to 0 is just something I just like figured out like when I was just messing with strategies for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And it allows me to like just optimize damage for both stages of the fight. There are ways to like do the HP overflow bug on Dream Devourer, because Dream Devourer has such high HP. I ended up opting not to do it and just like make sure it's like as glitchless of a run as possible. Currently, and it's just like where I was feeling about it.
Magnus gets his own ending. Does he get this if he's part of the party, or just because you skipped him earlier?
If you bring Magus here, he just like has a little bit of shock seeing himself in front of him, so that you get 2 Maguses right in front of each other if you to bring him.
Oh, it's the Spider-Man meme? Yo.
Yeah, it's pretty much the Spider-Man meme in a sense. Yeah.
Well, and as it's running credits again, I'm going to go ahead and just switch us back over to this one. All right.
Hey. I guess, just in case you guys want a little bit more, I did find us a raid target. I want to try and find somebody on my list that was speedrunning that we know, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
For now, let's revel in the moment. Fox, how you feeling?
I like other than the big just like the early stuff. Like I felt like this run went pretty well. Like nothing major was wrong about it. Just other than just me brain farting. Like right
it is an 8-hour run, man. And it's like it's better to get that out of the way because you did it and then you're like, all right, I got it. I'm logged in. I'm ready to go. It's pretty good.
My
Pretty good run,
PB
man.
is like 7 hours 35 minutes, and beating that's gonna be hard because the not only do I have to play well for 6 hours to Black Omen, I believe I had 0 encounter elevator and then the dimensional vortex areas. I had like literally like the nearly the best possible combination of them that you could ask without like possibly like save scumming them or anything. So it's like that run, it isn't even perfect. It's just gonna be very difficult to beat, just because of the luck at the end.
It's rough to grind out a 7.5 hour run when you know it requires a certain amount of luck because you either have to be, well, I'm just gonna sit here and reset for this, or just play perfect forehead, which neither are particularly appetizing with a run of that length, because perfect play for 7 hours, heck, even if you cut it down to 5, that's a lot to ask. 7 is a really big ask.
Definitely, yeah.
Well,
Fox, if people, I think we were probably going to go the same spot, but I'm gonna take it first. Fox, if people want to find you elsewhere, see your other streams or runs if you have them, or even talk to you about this run if they're interested in getting into it themselves, where can they find more information on that?
So you can a couple of places you can go to are like I have a Blue Sky, TheWayfaringFox. My Twitch is TheWayfaringFox, like generally my username everywhere except for one couple of places. Just like not Twitter. I don't use Twitter anymore. You can also come on by and stop on by the Chrono Trigger Speedrun Discord if you haven't, because there is a channel specifically for both the PC and DS versions. I still have to like get my notes out for this category. I haven't done it yet. But I feel like I've done enough runs that I should finalize my notes and make sure they're public for people to actually like want to learn this run if they want to.
I mean, if
play for
I
8
still
hours
have my copy of this, I might be cajoled into running this at some point. Jeesh, it's a very cool category. A lot of unique fights.
It retains a level of like uniqueness from like all the other categories, and like I have released like about an any percent set of notes that's like as safe as you could possibly do for an any percent like glitchless kind of run. I'm talking like making sure that you don't die. And it's not like like you can still die on the final bosses in that any percent run. It's just it should be in your control of whether or not you die. Because a lot of the time, like with other like with a lot of the any percent runs, like you like there's just a certain like art like certain just like RNG scripts that are just out of your control, and it's like I want to like just have one that was in my control. So, and then like I also like release a set of notes for all endings if you want something even longer than this.
Oh boy, I can't imagine.
Yeah. All endings is the real man category.
Essentially, it like extends the idea of just using Robo's Crisis on and just making it even stronger. So,
gotcha.
So how many days long is it?
Yeah. It is one of the 7% of the marathon. Just a whole day.
So my PB is like 10 hours, 18 minutes real time. But like for all endings, we actually like cut out I agreed with other people in the community to cut out the DS credits. So it'd be like the time without those credits would be like 9 hours 38 or so.
Okay, that's not actually as bad as I thought it would be. That's pretty. Based on this run, that's pretty decent.
And the reason is just Robo hits even harder if he's in the route I made than this. So,
Wow.
So like,
gotcha.
I'm talking like over 5,000 in Uzi punch. His like punch attack that he gets. So, like, it definitely can get a little bit monotonous for the new game plus section, but because you're using Robo, it's definitely like goes a lot faster than it could.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
All right. Well, thank you again so much. I also want to thank all the people who kind of supported the stream today. We had a couple of raids come in over the course of the last 8 hours. We had several subscriptions, including a gift sub. We want to thank everybody who supports that. As a reminder, all of those subs, any bits that are given, or on the YouTube side, any channel memberships or super thanks, all of that goes into the operating expenses for the marathon itself. So that helps us put on the big week-long event that happens in May. Also, big news today, speaking of that event in May, the volunteer applications opened. So if you are wanting to volunteer, you can start applying now. They will be open for 2 weeks, and the reason for that is because next weekend, the game schedule drops. So if you want to wait and see what's on the schedule before you volunteer, or so that you know what your schedule might even be, because part of the application process is telling us when you're available to work. So the game schedule drops next week, along with a whole bunch of other things. I think hotel registration. I should just look up the dates, because otherwise I will get something wrong. So yeah.
8th to 22nd for volunteer, 15th to April 19th for event registration, 15th to April 23rd for hotel booking. Prize submission also will be opening next weekend on March 15th as well, which we very much would love to see your inventive prizes. And, even things as simple as a copy of the game do go a long way to help supporting and incentivizing people to donate that may or may not have a chance. Just everything counts. We very much appreciate it. Yep. Like we said, March 15th is game schedule. April 19th is volunteer schedule. And the event that we were referring to is March 17th to the 23rd.
And that will be
volunteering
in Denver, Colorado.
Volunteering is also not limited to just on-site. We do need help from people off-site, doing things like managing our social media and things like that. So even if you are not going to be on-site, please take a look at it. You may fit and may be able to help us out with those things. That does not require you to travel to the event space.
Yep. All right. But also, we're still doing stuff on this channel right up until the week before we go. Actually, do we have something scheduled like the Saturday before the event?
We Final Fantasy VII 100% task for Saturday and Sunday.
Cool.
I booked the most unreasonable thing because y'all really enjoyed the Final Fantasy VII task. So I went back to the well and was like, all right, fine. Y'all get 12 hours of my time before the event. Have fun.
That'll be...
I'm so looking forward to that.
All right.
Yep.
What else do we have on the calendar coming up, Sid?
Man. I've got everything booked out to the event, so if you want to see... Look if there's something individual for you, because we have Mega Man X Man missions and Mega Man Star Force over the next 2 weeks. But we also have Final Fantasy Tactics Advance the week after that, Last Remnant, and just a lot of variety. Nothing too limited. We do have Dragon Quest Marathon, which that's going to be put on by the Dragon Quest community, but that'll be a nice long one. Expedition 33, Final Fantasy II PSP, and then the Final Fantasy VII Hundo. But just take a peek at our schedule and see what you're interested in, because I know not everybody is dug in for Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, but I know a lot of you probably haven't seen Mega Man X Command missions in forever because we haven't had it on the channel yet.
Yeah, we're getting a deluge of DS games suddenly. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can find that calendar. The easiest way to find it, I think, is actually on our Discord, or I mean, honestly, it's right below us in the Twitch description,
on the Twitch panels as well.
I should double check and see if it's in the YouTube description. If it's not, I should add it to the YouTube descriptions. Anyway.
Yep.
All right. I think that does it for us. We'll say our goodbyes, and then Sid can tell us who we're rating. So, Fox, final farewell from you, if you would.
If you really love this game and you, someone with ADHD, if you don't get tired of playing this game, I recommend trying to speedrun it. At least learning it. If you especially the latter, if you don't get tired of it, is not being tired of a game that you're speedrunning is absolutely 100% the best thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a passion, a work of love.
All right. Well, but, I've been Ashen Prime. We'll be signing off here. Sid, take us out.
So we're going to be heading over to Close to War. Those of you that love or hate the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, just board the train, drop by, say hi, and then you can bounce. I would love to show Close to War how much this community loves just our other community members as well, because Close to War is a long-time runner for us. But I did try to find something speedrun related, but this was what we got. I hope you guys enjoy it. If you don't, just drop by and say hi. I do appreciate it. And with that, I am going to go look at something that's not a monitor. Have a good one, y'all.
See ya.
Peace.